All right. Um, Good evening, and welcome to the May 13th, 2025 City Council meeting of the City of Vacaville. And at this time, I am going to ask for a roll call, please.
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton?
Here.
Ritchie?
Here.
Silva? Freeman?
Here.
Wiley? Here. Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Chapman?
Here.
Mayor Chair Carley.
Here.
All right, would you join me, if able, you would stand for a moment of silence? Councilmember Wiley, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Manager, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No, we do not now.
Okay, with that, can I get an approval of the agenda, please? We have a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chapman?
Yes,
Mayor Carley.
Yes.
thank you. At this time on the agenda, we will have presentations, and I'm going to call on the city manager to begin the presentations this evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Vice Mayor. The first item before you tonight is a proclamation representing National Police Week. I think Captain Kellis is here to kick that item off for the council. I think you might have a proclamation there for this particular item.
Good evening. Okay. From the Office of the Mayor, this proclamation reads, whereas the members of law enforcement agency of the City of Vacaville play an important role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of our community. And whereas our nation's law enforcement officers serve with courage, dedication, and strength, they fearlessly enforce our laws, even at the risk of personal peril, safeguarding our property, our liberty, our lives, and we owe them and their families our full and enduring support. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that members of our department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, protecting them against violence or disorder, and protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidations. And whereas our police department has grown to be a modern and scientific law enforcement agency, which unceasingly provides a vital public service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, sitting in for our Mayor, John Carley, Mayor of the City of Vacaville, on behalf of the Vacaville City Council, do hereby proclaim May 11th through the 17th, 2025, National Police Week in the City of Vacaville, and urge our citizens to join in commemorizing law enforcement officers past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their communities have established for themselves the rights and security of all citizens. And this is signed by Mayor John Carley and attested by our city clerk. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would you like to?
I just wanted to take a moment to thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, the mayor, and the council, as well as all city staff and the citizens of Vacaville for the great support that that our police department has always gotten and continues to get. I'm filling in for Chief Poland today because he, as well as a number of our staff members, are in Washington, D.C. today to honor our fallen officer, Matthew Bowen, as he's placed on the federal law enforcement memorial, and he's being honored with the other fallen officers from last year. So we appreciate your continued support. We appreciate your support through that tragedy that we all endured last year. And it's great to work in a city that has such community and government support. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Vice Mayor, the next item before you is a Public Works Week proclamation. You have another one there, I believe, and Brian McLean, our Public Works Director, will be here to receive.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'll be right with you. Okay, National Public Works Week. Office of the Mayor, proclamation. Whereas National Public Works Week is a celebration of the men and women across the United States who provide and maintain the public infrastructure and services collectively known as public works. The theme of this year's 65th Annual National Public Works Week is People, Purpose, Presence. And whereas it is the interest of the public for citizens and civic leaders to better understand the integral role that public infrastructure plays in protecting the environment, improving public health and safety, contributing to economic vitality, and enhancing the overall well-being of every community. And whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as streets, parks, public buildings, mass transportation, recycling, solid waste collection, energy conservation, and stormwater management. And whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, are dependent upon the efforts and skill of the qualified public works professionals who serve our citizens with dedication and a commitment to their communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, sitting in for the Mayor John Carley, the Mayor of the City of Vacaville, on behalf of the Vacaville City Council, do hereby proclaim May the 18th through the 24th, 2025, National Public Works Week in the City of Vacaville, and commend the city's public works staff for the excellent service they provide to ensure the health, safety, comfort, and quality of life for the residents of Vacaville. Signed by our Mayor, John Carley, and it's attested by our City Clerk, Michelle Thornburg. Congratulations.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. Next week is National Public Works Week, and the theme is People, Purpose, and Presence. And I'd, like to take a moment to recognize, Public Works, the 104 full-time staff and 42 part-time staff of our Public Works Department who come in every day and work hard to make Vacaville a better place to live. And as the Vice Mayor said, working on our streets, our public facilities, beautifying our parks, working on the city's fleet, managing the compliance with a myriad number of agencies across the federal, state, and local levels, and responding to emergencies, not to mention engineering land development and CIP capital improvement projects. All of these individuals every day are working hard to improve the city of Vacaville, and I'd like to commend them as a resident of the city of Vacaville for that work. And I'd like to thank the council for your tremendous support over the years. You don't know how much it means to the Public Works team, so thank you.
Thank you.
Next is our Mental Health Awareness Month proclamation. Paula Ledoux is here to receive.
Good evening. Office of the Mayor, proclamation. Whereas the mental health of our citizens is essential to the emotional and economic prosperity of our families, communities, and businesses. Mental illness affects people of all ages, races, ethnicities, and income levels. And whereas all Americans experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives, there is a strong body of research that supports specific tools that Americans can use to better handle challenges and protect their mental health and well-being. And whereas feelings of personal shame and fears of social stigma and discrimination prevent many citizens living with mental illness from seeking help. The National Mental Health Association reminds us all that seeking help is a sign of strength, not a weakness. And whereas with early and effective treatment, many individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full, productive lives. And whereas businesses, schools, governmental agencies, healthcare providers, and citizens need to promote mental wellness, educate the public on mental health related issues, support prevention efforts, and strive to eliminate the stigma and discrimination associated with mental illness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, for our Mayor, John Carley, Mayor of the City of Vacaville, on behalf of the Vacaville City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 Mental Health Awareness Month in the City of Vacaville, recognizing that mental health and well-being are equally as important as physical health for our citizens and our community. Signed by our Mayor, John Carley, and attested by our City Clerk, Michelle Thornburg. Okay.
I do have a few words. Is that okay? Our country has observed Mental Health Awareness Month actually since 1949. It began to promote mental health and well-being through education and awareness, and it's always featured an annual theme. This year's theme is Turn Awareness into Action. So we celebrate the progress made and also challenge everyone to turn understanding into meaningful steps towards change. This can include things such as just checking in on a friend, making sure they're okay. You don't know what's going on all the time. Also practicing self-care, right? That can include things like meditation, exercise, not isolating, just getting out and doing things. And most importantly, advocating for policy and funding that support mental health initiatives. This council and our police department leadership have continued to support our City of Vacaville mental health prevention and intervention programs throughout the years. These include our school-based counseling program for K through 12 students and the Family Resource Center. Are you interested in some numbers? Okay. This past school year, the Police Department Youth Services section provided 2,093 counseling sessions to 243 unduplicated students, helping youth cope with a variety of difficult issues. Of these students, 60 expressed some form of suicidal ideation and then received crisis intervention services. Our police department also houses the Family Resource Center for Vacaville. At the FRC, any community member is welcome to meet with a family support worker to seek help in a crisis or just to get information on what services are available. In 2024, family support workers assisted community members with 708 office visits and responded to 3,633 phone calls. We provided basic needs assistance, including rent, food, and utility assistance, crisis counseling, victim advocacy, and referrals for ongoing support. So again, thank you for your commitment to the well-being of our community. And I do have information cards on our programs that I left in the back lobby for anyone in the community that would like more information and have contact information. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 4D, I'm going to ask the city manager if he would come down to the podium.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. From the office of the mayor, says proclamation. Whereas Aaron Bush will retire from public service on May the 23rd, 2025, concluding a remarkable 37-year career in municipal government, including 8 years of devoted service to the city of Vacaville. And whereas Aaron Bush began his career in public service with the city of Rancho Mirage and went on to serve the communities of Roseville, Yuba City, and Rancho Cordova in key leadership roles, such as overseeing critical functions such as community development, housing, redevelopment, and economic development. And whereas Aaron joined the city of Vacaville in 2017 as assistant city manager and was appointed city manager in 2020, bringing with him a deep commitment to thoughtful planning, fiscal responsibility, and community-focused leadership. And whereas during his tenure as city manager, Aaron guided the city through periods of challenge and transformation, including the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, and during which he led transformative projects, including the Lower Lagoon Valley development, Fire Station 76, the OIR Police Department audit, and the Parks and Recreation and Centennial Park Master Plan, as well as the Housing Element and Green Tree Specific Plan, all of which contribute to Vacaville's quality of life and long-term prosperity. And whereas Aaron's vision and leadership led to the successful launch of the city's biotechnology and advanced manufacturing initiative, attracting nearly $68 million in private investment and enhancing Vacaville's economic competitiveness. And whereas Aaron prioritized meaningful community engagement through innovative programs such as COV, the City of Vacaville Connect Community Engagement Program, the Vacaville Neighborhood Association, and Make a Difference Day, all of which strengthened civic pride and community connection. And whereas Aaron has been a steadfast leader, a mentor to staff, and a trusted partner to the City Council, always acting with integrity, innovation, and compassion for the Vacaville community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, sitting in for the Mayor John Carling, on behalf of Vacaville City Council, do hereby proclaim May the 23rd, 2025 as Aaron Bush Day in the city of Vacaville. And I urge all residents to join us in celebrating his exceptional legacy and wishing him a joyful and well-earned retirement. Signed by the Mayor, John Carling. All right.
Forgive me.
I've been informed that there are others in the audience with us this evening, that would like to come forward and make a presentation.
Good evening, council, everybody. I'd like to say congratulations, Aaron Bush. I am the representative for Congressman Mike Thompson, and he'd like to present a congressional record statement to you for all the hard work that you have done for not just the city of Vacaville, but for your entire community around you. And he wishes he could be here to give it to you himself, but he's currently hanging out with Vacaville PD right now, so in DC. So thank you very much. Absolutely. Congratulations.
Aaron.
Given that we have a lengthy agenda, I will make this brief and hold my comments to the end. But on behalf of, I just want to say thank you to this council. I've had a lot of memorable moments in my career in 37 years, but I can't think of a better way to conclude my career serving as the city manager here for this wonderful organization, this great community. You have an amazing team of people working for you, and they're committed and dedicated to this great community. And so thank you so much for this opportunity. And we will still be living here and watching with great interest on all the great, wonderful things that you have for us in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are enacted in one vote unless there is a request to have an item pulled. And I do not see a light. So with that,
Madam Vice Mayor, we need to ask the audience if there's anyone.
oh, I apologize, can't get, yes. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak to an item noted on the consent calendar? Okay, with that,
Does that include the water rate increase?
No.
No.
Oh,
okay. With that, I'll go to the council.
okay. Motion to approve consent calendar.
Okay, it's been moved and second to approve the consent calendar. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ritchie,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chapman,
Yes.
Mayor Harley,
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, at this time, business from the floor. This is the time that individuals in the audience may come forward and share anything that you would like to at this moment. However, we are not able to take any action on the item that you bring before us. So at this time, if you would line up in the middle aisle along the stairs. A reminder that you do have 3 minutes. There is a timer that will show.
Hi, my name is Lenani Landry, and this is Aiden Rodriguez, and we're from Cairo Seminary High School. We're athletes there, and we would just like to formally invite you all to
our groundbreaking ceremony on May 30th at 2 p.m.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. We want to invite you to our groundbreaking ceremony on May 30th at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. We are starting to build our new high school building and sports complex.
Yes,
Yes.
and we have
If you would take it over. Thank you. And there, make sure we get a copy of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, the ongoing saga of California Forever, and of course the shipyard, which will probably never be built within the confines of this county. However, I think it would be best for this county, or county and the city, if we would encourage any such development, not to some new place, but to be established in pre-existing locations such as Vallejo, or even for that matter, Richmond, which had the huge shipyards. Can you imagine what it would mean to a community of people that can take the bus to work and learn to be a welder, be a riveter? But instead, the big money developers, of course, they always want to start with a clean slate rather than help existing communities. And this is one of the reasons we strongly oppose, I don't see a time, strongly opposed this whole concept, because it was going to leave the inner cities deprived of services. It was going to lead to the neglect of infrastructure within the existing cities, because we got a nice new clean slate. And I know many of you say that you stand for jobs and people to have a good life and have a decent income. I'd like to see that with your support for Vallejo or Richmond, and rather than having a brand new development out in Collinsville, et cetera. I'm very disappointed so far, especially with the mayor and his endorsement of such program in Collinsville. Please do the right thing.
Thank you.
Okay, last week I mentioned something about how the city for 2 years in a row has gone heavily into deficit spending. Last I can tell, of the $30 million that had been set aside, you guys have spent about 20 million of it in the last 2 years, maybe more. I don't think any of that money's been replaced. I noticed that tonight you have on the agenda that, oh, you're going to get control of spending. Should have been doing that years ago. I'm curious why the council went and bought several $1 million worth of solar panels for city buildings on the assumption that maybe you'll save money down the line. All you've done is create more debt and create more maintenance of infrastructure that you already don't have the money to finance. I don't think you run your own business that way. Why would you run the city that way? Okay. Back on April 30th, Mayor Carley wrote a letter to the reporter that makes me think that he oh, there we go. Now, that he's coming on board with the notion of getting behind California Forever on the pipe dream that they're going to build a shipyard out at Collinsville. Okay, anyone who spent any time looking at the county staff report concerning Collinsville, yes, it is cleared for having some sort of waterborne industry, but specifically building a shipyard there would be fantastically expensive because there's nothing there. And even the roads would have to be improved. Now, the SHIPS Act, if it even gets passed, it's written to provide $250 million a year. Well, $250 million a year isn't going to go very far, but also it's estimated that to build a shipyard at Collinsville would cost $1 billion. I don't think your friends at California Forever are going to do that, Mr. Ritchie. So who would build that shipyard? It's not going to be a real shipbuilder. They're not going to put money into this program. They have existing yards. They have existing capacity. This bill is written to provide money for existing or, how should I say, pre-existing shipbuilders. There are...
Excuse me. I'm going to let you have about
I'm sorry, what?
I'm going to let you have about 5 seconds more.
Okay. There are several shipbuilders that are qualified to do this. And the best hope that we have here in Solano County is that some of that SHIPS Act money would go to Mare Island because of their repair capacity. But there's not being a shipyard at Collinsville. That's insane.
Excuse me, we're going to ask that you not applaud the speakers. Thank you very much.
Hello, Danny. I came in the last meeting on Cal Fire zoning ordinance, and just a little brief. We did write letters before the due date. Got a response from Jill Childers. Did not get a response from fire at City of Vacaville. And what I'm talking about today is only the homes of Greenleaf Court and Linden Court is behind us. I have the documentation here. Here's the letter. Here's the documentation, city document saying that we pay property taxes for the city of Vacaville to maintain that 40 acres, which is now high fire, to also maintain that and create a fire and control and fire prevention area. So, and I can give this to anybody that wants. And that was on resolution 215-065. I have all this stuff here if you guys want it. And what happens back there is, when I went to talk to California Fire Prevention down there, they said, we know it's not a fire hazard there. We put the cows out there on that 40 acres. So we have this huge buffer. When the big fire came over the hill, it died because all the vegetation was gone. And then they come in and maintain that. So with all of that, and next week there will probably be a lot of people here. We didn't know you're going to do this next week. They're going to come in, and we're hoping and asking for you guys to say, no, we're not going to sign off on this proposed fire map to CAL FIRE, because we have areas like this. It's like 20 homes, but if that's passed, we can't get insurance. In about a year from now, our homes are going to plummet, $1 million homes, $300,000. And we wrote a letter to CAL FIRE, which you can have a copy too, detailing all of this and the ordinance that it is maintained. And because when I called him, he goes, well, what happens if, a year, 2 years from now, nobody maintains that? Well, it has to be. It's written in here. We pay our taxes, pay for this. So once again, if we don't know what would happen if you guys just said, no, we're not going to sign off on it, because we have these micro areas that, so it's 20 homes, but that's 20 people's lives. So that is pretty much the gist of it. I have all the documentation here. If I can give that at a later time to Jill or something. But yeah, so what are they going to do if you guys say no? Yeah, we just want you guys to have our back. And we have it in here, we're talking to CAL FIRE about litigation if they don't. And we're asking for the agent for service in this letter that we sent on Monday. And like I say, if they don't, it's going to help our cause. Obviously, if you guys say we're not going to sign off, there's probably other micro areas like ours that are, and I know the big scheme, and it's going to take them more time to refine that map, but my gosh, they're messing with our lives. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Paul, and I'm a 30-year resident here in Vacaville. And I just wanted to come by tonight and express my disgust with the letter that I received regarding the water rate increase. I know it's not your fault. It's probably several council groups' fault that the system's in ill repair, needs help built up. But it's your fault. You're the ones in charge now. And this is how you handle it? Oh, by the way, we're gonna raise your rates.
Oh,
This is
excuse me,
ridiculous,
sir.
folks.
That is an item on our agenda that we will be addressing later. So at that time, please, I will allow you to come back up to
Thank you.
speak.
Hello, Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to have a time to speak on this issue. I know this is it's hard for me to hear it back there too. I'll try to talk louder. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come up here and speak. You know, every morning I have this really cute little dog that I love to walk. He is so much fun. But a few weeks ago, I went to go walk him and there was like this giant corral around our park on Buck and Alamo. Now, I understand, I love parks, and I want to see parks improved. I want to see kids playing and, you know, basketball, tennis, and all that. I love it. But in the middle of the summer, until October, we're not going to have a park in our area. And I understand that those things have to happen, but communication is everything. And there are so many people that I know that we all walk our dogs. We all go take the kids and the grandkids down to the park. And none of us knew this was happening, and let alone to know this was happening through October. So I'm just up here just to try to give you the heads up that I think your parks and recreations need to do a better job of communicating with the citizens in the neighborhoods when they're going to be doing major projects. I think it's really important. And please, I know I always hear, well, you know, we sent out emails and we put it on our social media. But the reality is that I get a lot of emails that don't make it to my inbox. They end up in spam or they end up with another email. So these kind of errors do happen. And I think that it's really important that when you do these major things that block off a community for an entire summer while kids are out, very important that we do a better job at communicating with the public so that there isn't resentment starting to build and billow from the children and the families who are, you know, normally, you know, using that park. But I do want to thank you for doing park improvements, but we are also very upset that you are taking away a large section of the grass area. Every summer it brings me such great joy to watch these kids out there playing football, basketball, practicing for cheerleading. And now there's a large section. And had community input been involved, you probably wouldn't have been spending that money on that section being tore down. So anyway, thank you so much, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to come forward to share this evening?
Of Vacaville. And the gentleman that spoke on the CAL FIRE new regulations, I have to jump on that one because our area is also thrown into the high fire area. We have a big canal behind our house. Never have had any fire back there. There was one towards Peabody, but when the fire department decided that it was worth, you know, it was worth coming and putting it out, it also took was a helicopter, one big scoop of water, and it was out like that. But it wasn't even near our house. And for whatever reason, CAL FIRE, I don't think they even came and looked at the area because we are not in a high fire area at all. So what I'm asking council to do is please don't sign it. The state didn't give Vacaville justice. They didn't even give you guys justice or respect by coming and looking carefully and seeing what was really in the high fire area. The gentleman had good points. He wasn't in the high fire area. All of a sudden the state says, well, this is it. We don't want any kind of rebuttal on this. Sign it and send it back. Don't let them push you around like that. You represent a fine city. You're fine people. Don't let them push you around. Say, we're not going to fight. We're not going to sign this because we don't agree with it. We know our city. We know our fire department. Keep the city nice. We don't have a fire concern here. So, you know, come on down and talk to us. Why are we in the high fire district? But I just, council members, have a lot of respect for you. What you need to do is not let the state push you around like that. And in essence, push your people around. So thank you very much. Please consider, don't sign that. Just say, if you want us to sign it, come on down and show us where that high fire area is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else at this time. I'm going to move on to the next agenda item. Item 7, public hearings. Okay, let me open the. Good evening, everyone. This is the time and place for the public hearing for consideration of the proposed bi-monthly water and sewer rate adjustment in accordance with California State Proposition 218. At any time during the hearing, up to the time the public hearing is closed, written protests can be given to the city clerk. Prior to the vote, I will ask the clerk to provide the final count of written protests received. If at the conclusion of the public hearing, a majority protest does not exist, the council will consider adoption of the proposed increases. This time, the city manager will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. So at this point, I'd like to briefly explain the purpose of today's hearing. The city is proposing changes to the bi-monthly water and sewer rates and charges. The proposed increases are necessary to fund the maintenance and repair of public water and sewer infrastructure, regulatory compliance mandates, and the rising operational costs to provide water and wastewater services. In compliance with California Proposition 218, a notice was mailed to all affected property owners and customers on March 24th of this year, and they have the right to protest the proposed assessment. If more than 50% of affected property owners and/or customers submit written protests, the proposed assessment or fee cannot be adopted. Only one vote per parcel may be counted and considered valid. So with that, I will now invite our Utilities Department staff, accompanied by Chris Fisher from Wildan Financial Services, to give us a brief presentation outlining the details of the proposed rate adjustments and the reason for the proposal. So with that, I'll turn it over to Justin Cole, our Utilities Director, for the presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Bush. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Tonight we have Chris Fisher with Wildan Financial Services, who's going to give the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Chris Fisher with Wildan Financial Services, and I'm here to go through the process that we went through, the results of that process, some of the factors that influenced the results and recommendations, and then a discussion of wrap up with the next steps. So as we began this process, probably almost a year ago, we went through and outlined a number of goals and objectives for the rate study. First and foremost, we set about to evaluate the current financial health and stability of both the water and the sewer utility. And then based on that evaluation, we developed a 5-year plan, projection for both utilities that encompassed all of the funding necessary to provide for current and future operations, maintenance activities, inspections, capital projects, repayment of any outstanding debt, and compliance with any covenants associated with that debt. We also wanted to ensure that there were adequate operating and capital reserves maintained in compliance with the city's financial policies and goals. And based on the outcome of the results, to develop equitable cost-based rates that incorporated the recommendations, and to ultimately ensure that all of this was done in full compliance with California Proposition 218, which is a section of the California Constitution that governs how utility rates, rates for water and sewer service are created and how they're implemented. So we have to make sure that these rates are based on the cost of the service being provided to any customer of either of the two systems, and that those rates do not exceed any customer's proportionate share of the costs. Those revenues can only be used for utility-related activities. And ultimately, any implementation of new rates has to be done subject to a public hearing, a mailed notice of that public hearing being provided 45 days prior to tonight, which it was mailed 45 days prior to tonight. And then there's an opportunity for folks to come forward and present their testimony at the public hearing, and also to submit a written protest. Some key factors that we found as we developed the analysis and developed the model and financial plan. The first two are probably relatively obvious. The costs of operating a utility have increased and continue to increase annually. And that's all of the operating costs, the equipment, supplies, the treatment, the power, everything that goes into maintaining and operating the system, including personnel costs, which, as you know, through other things go up as well, labor benefits, pensions, post-retirement benefits, those kinds of things. We also need to make sure that we're maintaining adequate debt service coverage. And so when the city borrows money, they make a covenant where they pledge to have at least $1.20 of net profit or net income for every dollar in debt service they need to pay. And so we need to make sure that they remain in compliance with those covenants to any lenders of money. We want to make sure that there is adequate funding for ongoing what we call R&R, or rehabilitation and repair projects. Those are just routine replacement of aging and worn system components, projects to make sure that the system integrity is maintained and able to continue providing stable, uninterrupted service. And then there are also regulatory capital projects included in that list, and these are things that are necessary to comply with regulatory guidelines or mandates for both the water and wastewater system. We wanted to note that utility rate revenues cannot be used directly to fund low-income discount programs. This was an item of discussion amongst us and staff, as well as at some of the previous meetings with the city council. The city can have a program to provide for discounts for low-income residents or customers, but that has to be paid for by some source of funding outside of the utilities. You can't have the rates where essentially one class of customers would be providing revenue or subsidy for other customers who would receive a discount. So, and finally, the last 2 points kind of relate back to the first two. Rates for the two utilities have not been adjusted in some time. For water, the last adjustment was on January 1st, 2020, so that's been over 5 years ago. And the last rate adjustment for sewer has now been over 11 years, back in March 2014. So as those operating personnel costs have continued to increase each year since those last adjustments, the rates have stayed the same. And so the utilities have each lost ground in terms of their ability to pay for the costs of running the system. So wanted to provide a little bit of context of where each of the two utilities is currently and where the current Vacaville rates are. So you see here a graph of the revenues compared to expenses in each of the preceding 5 years. The revenues being the blue bars and the expenses being the red bars. And so you see for the last 3 years, and this is the water utility, for the last 3 years, expenses have exceeded revenues in each of those 3 years. And the black line representing amount in reserve has declined as well. So we're down to 8% the previous fiscal year. And this is the graph for the sewer utility. And you see a similar pattern. The first 2 years were okay, but then on the third year, the expenses started to outpace revenues, and then was the same in the second or the fourth and fifth year, with the budgeted, or I'm sorry, the reserves as a percentage of expenses also decreasing. And here is a comparison of where Vacaville's current rates are compared to a range of other local utility providers that we surveyed. And so you see the Vacaville is the bright green bar all the way second from the left, on the left side of the graphic there. The solid black line through the middle represents the average of all of the utilities looked at. And so you see the average of all was $357. And this is a typical residential customer using 2,400 cubic feet of water per bi-monthly billing period. And so we determined through an analysis of the city's customer data that for Vacaville, residential customer using 2,400 cubic feet is the average. And so that's why we compared this amount to the same average customer in all the neighboring utilities. So you see Vacaville on the low end there. So I want to talk a little bit about the methodology and the initial projections we went through, and then we'll progress into the results and recommendations. Excuse me. So the process that we go through for the development of the financial model and the projections and the financial plan is made up of two parallel processes, one represented by the light blue boxes and one by the green boxes. First, we examine historical data for all of the customers in the city and historical financial results, and use that information to project forward how much revenue could be generated with the existing rates with no increase in the rates, just the rates as they are today. And then we gather a bunch of information from the city, including the budget, the capital improvement plan, fund balances, any outstanding debt, and we calculate what's called a total revenue requirement. And that's sort of what it sounds like. It's the amount of revenue required for each of the two utilities, the sewer and water utility, to do everything they need to do from a financial standpoint. So that's to take care of their operating and maintenance costs, day-to-day and ongoing operating and maintenance, payment of debt service or repayment of any debt, and coverage and provision of the debt service coverage required in association with that debt, for any capital project expenditures, and to fund any reserves. And so if there's a difference between how much revenue is required for each of the utilities and how much revenue could be generated with the current existing rates, then we proceed to the gray box, which is a cost of service analysis to allocate the cost to the different groups of customers, and then designing new rates recommendations to generate the revenue necessary to meet those requirements. So here, based on that analysis in the top part of that graphic, here is what the status quo projection looks like for water. And this is with the current rates and the costs projected over the 5-year period. You'll see that in each of the 5 years, the revenue across the top in the darker blue bars, side by side with the lighter blue bars representing expenditures, the revenue in each of the 5 years is less than expenditures. And so you see the solid black line representing the net result each year is below zero and gets slightly farther below zero as we go through the 5-year period. On the bottom left is a graph representing the number of days of operating and maintenance costs held in reserve. And so you take the full annual operating and maintenance cost, divide that by 365, and you have a number of days. And so the goal is 180 days, or basically 6 months, half the year, of the utility's O&M requirements held in reserve. So you see we're not even starting at zero for the water utility, and the balance would grow progressively worse with projected draws for capital projects. And then you see on the bottom right, the debt service coverage, the 1.2 is the black line. That's the minimum goal. We're trying to achieve a 1.5 to represent a better measure of health for the utility, and we're not close to either of those lines. For the sewer utility, the picture is somewhat similar. You see across the top there, revenues are less than expenditures in each of the 5 years of the 5-year projection period. The net results, the solid black line starts negative and gets a little bit more negative, very similar to the water utility. Down on the bottom left, you see the number of days held in reserve. There actually is money in reserve in the first couple of years of the projection period. By the 4th year, that money is gone. And by the 5th year, the balance is starting to get progressively more negative. And then you see on the bottom right side, the debt service coverage, again, well below the requirement for the debt that's outstanding, and not close to the 1.5 target for the policy goal. The water utility has less debt. It has a one debt for a Siemens project that'll be paid off in another 2 years. The sewer utility has 3 state revolving fund loans that were for projects related to the tertiary treatment plant, and those represent about $7 million in annual debt service payments. So that's why the debt service coverage is more critical on the sewer side. So a summary of the capital plan, you see about $96 million in capital projects for the water utility over the next 5 years. And this includes all the Chromium 6 projects that are mandated for regulatory reasons, the CIP projects that were already scheduled and planned for the 5-year period, and the CIP projects are inflated by 6.5% to make sure that the projections keep up with the cost of those types of projects. On the sewer side, the number of projects and dollar amount of projects is less, at about 58.404 million over the next 5 years, with most of that in the first 3 years. So next, we'll go through an overview of what the schedule of rates looks like for both the utilities. And then we will get a little bit more focused and we'll look at what the 5-year schedule of rates looks like for that typical average residential user that is using 2,400 cubic feet of water. And we'll look at, then again, at the bi-monthly bill for the combined bill at different levels of flow, so we can see for a low user and a high user as well as the average user what that bill looks like. We'll revisit that bi-monthly bill comparison with the neighboring utilities, and then also look at the financial metrics that we looked at a minute ago and see what they look like after the implementation of the recommendations. So some key things to keep in mind that factored into the development of the financial plan. It does meet all of the current projected operating maintenance and debt service coverage requirements, as well as repayment of any outstanding debt for both of the utilities. For the water utility, as I mentioned on one of the previous slides, it funds all of the current projected needs, all of the capital projects that were scheduled over the 5 years, including the Chromium 6 projects, which alone are about 36 million, a little over 36 million. For sewer, it funds all those capital projects that were on that previous slide, about 58 million. And again, as well as all the operating maintenance and routine costs associated with running the utility. So here's the schedule of rates for water. And this, the top section is the bi-monthly fixed charge. That's the meter charge that's paid by a customer based on the size of their meter. And you see the lower end there, the 5/8 inch, that's the typical residential meter size. And then the meter sizes progress up for multifamily and larger non-residential commercial manufacturing industrial uses. And then the volumetric rate at the bottom. So you see the fixed charge is going to go up from $34.90 to $63. That's just the first year jump. And then the increases are less than $3 each of the years after that. The volumetric rate is going from $1.75 per 100 cubic feet of water, metered water use, and then that goes up to $2.51. And then again, the increases after that first jump are much, much less. And again, this is primarily a process of catching up. I mentioned that the rates hadn't changed in a number of years while the costs increased, and you lose that ability to keep up with cost with each year that goes by. And so to get back to a point where the utility is able to cover all of its costs, we have to kind of make up some of that lost ground from rates having stayed the same for so long. Sewer, you see the bi-monthly fixed charge at the top for all of the uses there, and then the volumetric rates below. Again, the fixed charge is actually going down a little bit on the sewer side, and that's because of the way costs were allocated during this process of developing these rates for the single family. And you see the volumetric rate is going up, and that's because more of the costs were shifted to the volumetric side to provide more control over bills and more ability of residents and customers to influence their bill by reducing the amount of water used. So this is a representation of what the 5-year monthly bill, again, at that average 2,400 cubic feet would look like. And you see that first big jump the first year that I talked about, where the bill goes from $2.10. Again, this is bi-monthly combined for water and sewer, both. And that goes from $210 up to $275. And then you see the amount of the increase in the subsequent 4 years. It's $15 the second year, $14 the third year, $11 the last 2 years. So again, because of that catch up, once we get through that first 2-year period, the amount of the increases decreases. And this is that monthly bill at different levels of use. And so on the left side of the graph is a customer using about 1,000 cubic feet of water. The difference in their bi-monthly bill is about $35. And then as you work over towards the right, you see the usage going from 1,000 cubic feet up to 1,600 to the 2,400, which was the average in the middle, and then all the way up to 4,000 cubic feet on the right. And you see the amount of the bill increase is larger for customers who use more water, which makes sense. They should bear the larger cost, and that they generate more volumetric use. So that's why their bill goes up more. Now, circling back to the comparison, you see the Vacaville existing rate and then the proposed rate. So it does jump up over Davis and Fairfield, but still is well below most of the other cities and well below the average. And I wanted to point out even at the end of the 5 years, the Vacaville rates will still be below that average of all those utilities, even those other utilities. That's at one point in time. This does not account for what their bills are going to look like in 5 years. This is what their bills look like now. So even with the increases over the full period, the average bill in Vacaville will be about $20 less than the overall average, which in 5 years will be much higher than $357 because all cities typically go through rate studies and rates go up every year. So finally, we'll take a look at the metrics that we reviewed at the beginning when we called them status quo, because they were the ability of the current rates to fund the utilities. So now we have the rate adjustments incorporated into these metrics. And so you see across the top, each of the 5 years, the revenues exceeding expenditures and the black line for net results being solidly positive. You see on the bottom left, the number of days of cash in reserve slowly working up so that by the 5th year, it's right at the 180-day target. And this is, this also accounts for the use of cash through the results to pay for the capital projects. That $96 million in capital projects that was shown in that previous slide. And then you see the debt service coverage meeting and exceeding the target. And then, as I mentioned, at 2027, that debt obligation goes away for the water utility. So for the sewer utility, across the top, you see the dark blue revenue bars exceeding the light blue expenditure bars, the net results growing slightly more positive through the 5-year period. And in the case of the sewer utility, we're spending down some of the cash. There's projects in the early years that spend down some of the cash so that by the 4th and 5th year, the target balance is right about at the 180-day goal. And you see the debt service coverage now meeting the requirements, so there's no technical default or non-compliance with debt coverage. And then that debt service coverage ratio increasing above the target of 1.5 to indicate a stronger financial health position for the sewer utility. So from this point, I want to just kind of summarize where we came from. And back in February, we presented some scenarios and options for City Council to discuss and think about and ask a lot of questions. And we ran some different alternatives and things to try and mitigate as best we could any recommended rate increases. So we looked at those on February 25th. On March 11th, these study results were presented. And the council authorized setting a date for this public hearing today and the mailing of the public hearing notices to customers and residents, property owners. And then on March 24th, those notices of public hearing were mailed to the customers and to property owners. And then tonight, May 13th, we're here to conduct the public hearing. Following the conclusion of the presentation here, council will open the public hearing for public to come and provide their testimony, comments, questions, and feedback. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the clerk will provide a tabulation of the number of written protests received. As long as there are not a majority of written protests received, in this case, that would be a little over 16,100, the council then has the discretion to move forward with discussion and adoption. If there is a majority protest, the council can take no further action. They can't override that protest. If there's an absence of a protest, the council is not obligated to move forward and adopt rates. They just have that discretion to move forward and deliberate and discuss as they see fit. If the rates are implemented this evening, adopted this evening, they would become effective July 1st. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. We are now open the floor for public comments. Please remember that you will have up to 3 minutes to address the council. If you're submitting a written protest, you may do so at this time, and I will ask.
You can ask questions first.
Do you want me to wait?
No.
Okay. Don't start the
You
clock.
want to go?
Leaving my talk.
Okay, okay.
Sit down, you guys do their questions.
Let me, please, you want to go ahead and do it? Okay. They said, okay. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just a couple questions. It seems like the largest chunk of the money for the, it seems like the largest chunk for the money that's needed is for the regulatory compliance for the chromium-6 well treatment project. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's several components associated with, but one of the single largest components is the capital improvements associated with Chrome 6 compliance.
And is our water in compliance with federal regulations?
It is, absolutely.
It is. Okay. Is it in compliance with state regulations?
We are currently in compliance with state regulations today.
Okay. What is the need for the well treatment project for then? Is that for federal or state compliance in the future?
So it's for a future compliance point, and thank you for the question. The state adopted a new MCL last summer for hexavalent chromium. We have natural occurring hexavalent chromium in our groundwater that affects some of our groundwater wells. We have to be in compliance by October 1st of 2026 to meet the new, they call it MCL, it's a mean contaminant level or maximum contaminant level. The treatment associated with that is a wellhead treatment at 4 of our well sites. This is a relatively new treatment process in the water industry. So there's a lot of unknowns, and we're currently going through the process of figuring out what's the best approach to meet our current compliance requirements.
Okay, so the state set a regulatory compliance level that surpasses what the federal government has for the as a baseline. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. The federal level is 50 parts total chromium. The state adopted a 10 parts per billion hexavalent chromium, chromium-6.
When you say the state adopted this level that we're forced to meet or that they're regulating us to meet, is that through some sort of water commission of appointed individuals, or is that through some sort of litigation that's voted on by people that we elect?
It's through the State Water Board, which is appointed by the governor.
Okay, so the governor appoints people that set these regulatory compliance levels that we are forced to, or that we have to meet, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and do they have the authority to change those levels at will, or once they change it, are we stuck with it forever?
No, they can change it. They adopt the rates as they see fit. There is a process they go through when they set their rates. We are currently working with the board and with a coalition to talk to the board, can try to convince the board that there may be some errors, I guess, or omissions in their financial analysis that was done that kind of led them to the conclusion that a MCL of 10 is a economically viable alternative rather than some other alternative that may be a higher MCL.
So when you say that you're having discussions with them, does that include potential litigation as well?
Yes, we are involved in a coalition that is involved in litigation.
So my next question would be, if we are forced to come into regulatory compliance, if we are successful in that litigation and able to meet a lower standard that does not require $36.73 million of capital improvement to our wells, would we be able to reverse the rates or lower them to whatever is deemed appropriate as to not include almost a third of the cost that seems to be being presented today?
And that is an alternative. It really depends on when all of that takes place. We are currently working on projects and plans to get in compliance. We have a small window to get there. It's going to be challenging. That's probably one of the biggest things is not only the dollar value, it's the timeline associated with it as well.
And so is that why the initial rate increase is so significant in comparison to the future ones after the first year?
It's that combined with the fact that we haven't had a rate increase in 5+ years and 10+ years respectively on the water and sewer funds.
But the majority increase is that first year as far as percentage wise, correct?
Correct.
So in addition to our community coming and clearly voicing their wishes to us, who else can they contact regarding the required regulatory compliance levels, who else can they contact to let them know how they feel about the cost that's associated with coming into this compliance?
So the board is the Regional Water Quality Control Board that it makes the decisions. I would encourage the public, if they're concerned, to reach out to city council, the county supervisors, or even, the state elected officials that can talk to the board. And they're open to public testimony, just like we're going to do here today when they adopt their new MCLs or their new regulations, and even reach out to the governor.
Okay, and if we fail to come into compliance, what would that mean for the city of Vacaville?
There are potential fines associated with that, and probably one of the most concerning things is they can make us turn off the water sources.
Okay.
And that would basically give us, it wouldn't give us an opportunity. We'd have trouble meeting our peak day demands.
That's all the questions I have for now, in case there's any.
Thank you. Council, any other questions? Just a minute.
Yes. I'm just curious, so September of 2026, we need to be in compliance. What would our daily fine be? Do you know what our daily fine would? Is it $10,000 a day to be out of compliance?
There is no physical dollar set at this point. We have to have a compliance plan that is approved by the state. And as long as we're working towards compliance, because that's the state's goal, is to get you within compliance, they would rather you that. If you're no longer working towards that, then that's when the board can take action against the agency, or in this case, the utility.
And I know you guys have looked at a lot of different, possibilities as far as for things that can be done. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think you said 4 of our wells are right now at Chrome 6 levels that are too high for what the state is requiring. And if I'm wrong, please correct me, but are those wells, are we at about a 600 to 800 foot deep level on those wells that were drilled? Is that where the HEC 6 is? Because is it possible to go to 2,200 feet where the Chrome 6 levels are less? I know that you guys have looked at these things. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to bore anybody here, but really just trying to wrap my brain around a little bit because this is a big issue.
So the wells that are contaminated are a lot of our newer wells. They are a lot of our deeper wells. They go into the basal Tehama. It's an aquifer that is below where typical groundwater is extracted from, like the agricultural community. We currently have everything on the table. We have a hydrogeologist firm, Ludorf and Scalomini, taking a look at really the region as a whole, outside of Vacaville, within Vacaville, all of our old well logs, trying to determine where are the most appropriate places or where are the most likely places that we won't encounter chromium 6 if we do drill a new well, or if there's an opportunity to take an existing well and not to belabor the point, but change the way that the well is constructed that can basically screen off or reduce the amount of chromium that comes into the well column.
Yeah, and then the old saying of the solution to pollution is dilution. So these wells are monitored at site, so the levels are recorded at each individual site. That's where you guys get these numbers.
Correct. The way.
So adding, diluting it with other water with different levels, not legal, right?
The dilution is kind of the encouraged solution and the preferred solution by the state. Unfortunately, the way our system is set up, we have wellheads that discharge directly into the system.
Yeah.
So the samples are taken at the wellhead, and we have to guarantee compliance before it leaves that well facility.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information. And as you stated, we looked at this earlier when we were trying to make the decision to bring forward for this public hearing. So one thing that makes it kind of difficult with the whole water thing is our whole efforts to reduce our water usage, because we want to reduce water and conserve water, but when we're doing that, then that means people are using less, so the revenues are down. But Vacaville is also growing quite a bit, so we have a lot of new homes coming on. But is our water usage continuing to go up each year? Or have you seen that growing at a slower rate with the efforts to conserve and the people that are taking out their lawns and putting in things that don't require grass and watering?
So during the drought, we saw a significant decrease in consumption, and it's steadily picked back up over the last few years. The wet weather actually decreases use as well. People don't turn their sprinklers on as soon because you have the weather that continues through just today and yesterday, as a matter of fact. So that does reduce the actual consumption of the water, but we've seen a steady increase in demand over the last few years.
Right. So overall, it has continued to grow, but maybe not at the rate it would be if we weren't actively conserving.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Stockton.
Sorry, just a couple more. What is the federal level of chromium-6 that we're allowed to have?
It's 50 parts per billion total chromium.
Okay, and what is California's level?
It's 10 parts per billion hexavalent chromium.
Okay, and are there, is this, due to some sort of health risk related to the parts per million of chromium-6 in water?
Correct. The study identified that it could be a carcinogenic.
So it's for, the issue is consumption, correct?
Correct.
Okay, is bottled water at the grocery store or the gas station regulated at all by the state of California?
No, it is regulated by the federal standards.
Okay, that's it.
Is it finished? Is that it? Councilmember Stockton?
That's it, Madam. Thank you.
All right. All right. Okay, so now. All right, so now we'll have public comments. Please remember, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council. If you are submitting a written protest, please bring it up to the city clerk at this time.
Little, turn on, reclaim it.
Oh.
Okay, people. Santa Rosa charges more, so can we. Seriously? That's not how we do science. Impact fees. I know many of you are very close to the developers. What are they paying for this on impact fees about improvements on our water system, not just our current rates, et cetera? Didn't hear one single freaking word about that. As tight as some of you are, taxes versus fees. The city is moving from a tax-based model to a fee-based model. Fine, do that. Quit taking the taxes. Go to fees. And then I can control my own destiny and not use so much of whatever the fees are for. This is disingenuous. Pericles in the 1800s, he made a very profound statement. You probably have heard him, Ted. Dose makes the poison. Very simple. You were talking about hexavalent chromium here, and then I also heard total chromium, not just hexavalent chromium-6. Let me tell you a little bit about the state of California and models and standards. A guy named Hyen Tran worked for CARB. Said he had a degree from UC Davis, and he did a study on diesel particulate. Turned out he didn't have a degree, and he forged the study. I went to Democrat Lois Walken. I said, this is ridiculous. You can't make legislation based on it. Well, we're just going to do it anyway. There's your factor. Well, good questions, Roy. Where are they coming up with these freaking numbers? Models. I'll tell you about models. 1975, the cover of Time magazine. Earth is going back into an ice age. Al Gore. There'll be no ice at either pole within, I forgot the number of years, but it would have already been gone. There's your models. Has a CPA gone through this model? I mean, if just one little digit off, maybe a decimal off, where are you getting these freaking numbers? You're crushing the working poor and the seniors. And then you go for the highest option because you don't trust the citizens to let you make incremental changes. Endorsements. You complain about the state of California. Well, it's the Democrat super freaking majority
shoving this stuff down our throat like Lois Walk with high-end trans diesel particulate legislation, even though she knew it was a lie. She says, I know. Well, thank you, Lois. Glad you represent us. Every one of you except one endorsed a supermajority in Sacramento. Then you come down here and complain about 330 and now the water. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm encouraging the people in this town to wake up and kick every one of you out of here, save maybe one who asked majorly intelligent questions. Congratulations.
Time is up,
Thank you.
sir.
Have a good day. Peace, love.
I have no doubt that the council is going to go ahead and adopt the increase as they intend to. It's going to be the biggest one of the choices. And it's quite possible that because of the fact that we have inflation the way it's been and, fees haven't gone up for some years, that fees perhaps do need to be increased. However, I've said this many times, most people are so busy just trying to keep ahead of their bills that they have no idea what happens at City Hall. They just assume that you're keeping the lights on and the sewers running and fixing the potholes. They trust you to do the job that you volunteered to do. You paid money to get elected to do this. Well, you ladies and gentlemen kind of hose this up, so expect to be excoriated. Yes, you're going to probably raise the fees, but to do so quickly, just as was previously mentioned, many people in this city are barely getting by. You hit them with these fees, and that's not just their usage fee, it's the fixed cost. The fact that you're going up so much money just for the fact that you're hooked up to the city lines at all before you ever turn on a faucet. A lot of people are going to feel the strain, and it's unfair the way that you're going about it. You need to raise your rates gradually because most people in this city, especially the ones who don't have the leisure to be going in and reading the newspaper and such, have no idea what you're about to do to them. And those of you who keep on paying lip service to talk about the working poor and all this other stuff, you've forgotten about them.
My name is Nate Marino. I'm a homeowner up on North Orchard Avenue. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed water and sewer rate increases as they are currently written. The rate hikes proposed are way too steep and severe. They seem to be an attempt to quickly start generating lost revenue and make up for prior low rates. And that is unfair to do to our citizens and ratepayers. We deserve a lower and more gradual rate increase. It is not our fault if the city failed to make necessary increases over the last few years. To try and make it up so immediately on the backs of the ratepayers is wrong. We are not opposed to fair increase. We all understand that rates go up. We know costs have gone up. You know how we know that? Because we've all been hit hard by inflation. We've seen our paychecks not be able to keep up with the price increases. We get hit by them everywhere we turn, from grocery store to the gas station to fast food restaurant and everywhere in between. Families are hurting here, and now you're looking to add to it? I'm just a blue-collar guy, so anytime I'm hitting the wallet, I take it personal. And that is why I want to let it be known that I would no longer support any council member who would vote yes for such a steep and painful rate increase for their citizens. Thank you.
I'm back. I just want to finish off what I started to say. The burden of this has fallen on you, all of you. You didn't cause this, but you're the ones that are supposed to solve the problem. I want to ask you, what would you do if your favorite donut went up 266%? How about your favorite adult beverage? All of a sudden you walk in the bar and you order a scotch and it's now $35. That's crap. Somebody wasn't doing their job. None of you were either, because you all knew this was going to come. Somebody knew. Somebody was asleep at the wheel. But you have a solution for it. Just let them pay more. Do you realize that 2 refineries are closing down in California by this next year? Do you realize that gasoline and diesel fuel are projected to go up to $8 a gallon? That means that your Bic pen is going to go up in cost. Your favorite donut's going to cost more. A loaf of bread's going to cost more because every single item that we touch, every single day of our lives gets here on a truck. They burn diesel fuel. How many of you like to go on vacation? How far are you going to go on $8 a gallon? There's a lot of people in this town that are a little bit cash strapped. And because of the failure of the city to maintain the sewer system and the water system and be able to see into the future far enough while we're busily building low-income housing and multi-dwelling units and more houses, hey, let's build out in Lagoon Valley. We'll just load this system up more, put more pressure on it. And then, oh, no problem. We'll just charge more for it. Shame on you. Shame on all of you. I agree with the previous speaker. We don't have a problem with the rates going up. But just to come out and say, it's all messed up, folks. We got to fix it. Give us some money. Shame on you. Shame, shame, shame. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So I pay a flat rate every 2 months, and I'm not even home most of the time. I do a lot of traveling. So I always felt it was unfair that I'm paying these flat rates and I'm not even using water most of the time. I have a desert 4-yard in my front and back. But now here it is, I'm gonna be penalized to have to pay more money when I don't even use water. And I'm an earth-friendly guy. I'm always thinking of ways to recycle, to save actually on water. So when you talk about consumption of water, the biggest draw of your water is gonna come from industrial plants and it's gonna come from construction. Those presentations and PowerPoint slides that you showed there, it's the timeline of how Vacaville has expanded. So if we're paying flat fees, that's guaranteed more money for the city alone, not even including consumption. So that needs to be taken into consideration. I also see money being used on construction that doesn't make sense. I'll use Elmira and Peabody, for example. That construction I've seen, it's been going on for like 3 years. And they're almost finished, about 75% finished. It did not increase the flow rate of traffic. So you're talking about a city that's growing, but instead you're creating bottlenecks with some of the construction that's being done. You turned what used to be a 2-lane to go onto the expressway to I-80 West. Now it's a 1-lane. So what happens is everybody's merging over at the last minute. So now you're at higher prone of accident risk. Also see that on the I-80 East ramp going on from the post office. You gave the drivers about 50 feet of ramp to get on the highway. So people are panicking, jamming on their brakes, slamming on it. Also saw a lot of lights being installed on the ramps as you onboard the ramps on the highways. Those lights aren't even on most of the time. It's a good reason why they shouldn't be on most of the time because they actually cause bottlenecks. Whenever I see one on, it causes a huge bottlenecks. And then again, you're risking accidents that happen more. So now you're putting.
You're getting off from the theme of the hearing.
No, what I'm saying is that the money, you're saying you're under budget and you can't afford to pay for these things, but I've seen money go to waste on construction activities that did not benefit the city of Vacaville and is growing. Those other cities that was mentioned up there, they have not grown like Vacaville have. So, I mean, it's just kind of, the comparison is not really valid. That's not an accurate data analysis. That's just, nobody can prove that here. That wasn't presented in this letter that we received to show how those numbers was created. So we can't use invalid information to try to justify an increase in rate. Things have to be accurate and everything has to be transparent. I would like for the council to also announce the letter count that we received because people were able to turn in letters prior to actually coming to the hearing. So everybody should be able to hear those and be accounted for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Still a longtime resident in Vacaville. And I'd like to express my concern along with my friends and my neighbors about the rate increase that we have, the drastic rate increase. And I concur with all the previous speakers that a lot of people, they're supposed to receive these letters, but they did not. They're going to be shocked if you pass this. And what I propose is don't do anything today. Don't pass this. Look at it again. See if you can come up with a better plan that's not so severe. A lot of people really, because Robin and I actually spent a lot of time at the farmers market collecting names. A lot of people didn't receive the letter. They're just so surprised of this water rate increase. And if you look at the chart that was up there, right now we're paying 84 cents per 100 cubic feet. It's going up to 214. That's a 154% increase. When you put it in real numbers, 154% increase July 1st. And it's a month when a lot of water is being used because it's in the middle of summer. It's not a good time to raise rates 154%. I would not pass this today. I would take a look at it. Then you have the year after that, you have a 6% increase, then a 5%, then a 10%, then a 5%. It amounts to, in 5 years, a 213% increase on water usage. So everybody agrees that prices are going up. We have to raise the rates of water, but you don't want to do this in the middle of the summer at that increase. Don't pass it today. Think about it. Perhaps you want to use the 10% increase the first year. Get people prepared. Let them hear about it. They'll see, oh my goodness, it went up 10%. And then they're more aware and they can look at these studies. I know that Vacaville hired a company to come in and give you the amount that, you need to raise it. But did that company, that contract company really look at all the money that's being spent right now to make sure that it was being spent correctly or in the right area? That's something else you could possibly look at too. But you don't want to set yourself up for just total disaster here, because it will be if you pass this huge increase today. Also, a lot of people, they're having money difficulties. Even people that they're not taking vacations. They're doing these stay-at-home vacations. They put pools in, and then you hit them with this huge increase. You don't want to do that to the city of Vacaville.
Thank you. Your time is
Thank
up.
you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember, Manager. I'm Ed Santapadre, the Vacaville Unified School District. And just a couple of points. First, I want to start with a compliment. When we first saw this, we started doing our math and got concerned as well. And Justin and his team have been great about answering questions, described all of the changes in the regulations that have to happen, and all of piece, very transparent, very willing to talk about it. So I appreciate that. This next year's rate increase will be over $200,000 for the school district. And that's not money we can just raise our rates. It's money that won't go to students. And we have a budget and we'll be fine and we'll factor it all in. I worry we have almost 1,600 employees, and I worry about our almost 13,000 students, because more than half of them qualify as free and reduced lunch in our district. And so, some of the points have been made are real good. I think it's important to maybe look at some other options. Maybe there's a tiered approach. Maybe kind of balancing the regulation things with, I get if you haven't raised rates in 11 years, don't do that. Do it little bits at a time that help people. So just to look at some other possible ways to take that first big sting out is kind of all we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
About 10 years ago, I started contacting the water department, and I spoke with Ramiro Jimenez, who has now retired. And over a period of 10 years, we were emailing back and forth, and my request was, can't you lower the flat rate on the sewer and then use the consumption to make up what you need to make up in order to meet your budget? And my understanding is, though, and they are lowering it like $10, from 113 to like 90, like that. And but then again, it's going to go back up again. So we really have no control over our bill because that flat rate keeps us at that flat rate. So no matter how much we change our water usage, we really aren't controlling what we're having to pay on the water bill. So, but my understanding also is, after going to 2 of the meetings, is that if they lower that too much and then they rely on the water consumption to cover their costs and needs, they won't get enough money. So, I'm really unhappy that they're going to have this, and I'm unhappy that there's so few people at the meetings that I went to. I went to the senior center one and then the one here just recently. So there were only 6 people here for that last meeting. So I feel like enough people didn't know, either like some people said they just didn't read the letter, or they don't read the paper, or whatever. So I was very happy to hear that you do have a discretion on whether you accept this or not. So I hope you will pay attention to the people who are very concerned about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone, if there are others wishing to speak to this item, would you please line up so that we have an idea?
Hi, I'm Winnell Ulrich. So I'm a little, I just heard about the whole park thing. It just blows me away. But the main thing that I would want to address first is what Councilmember Wiley was mentioning, is that we've been asked for years and years and years to reduce our water consumption. And we keep reducing our water consumption, and we keep reducing the number of days that we can utilize our water, whether it's for filling pools or growing vegetables, it doesn't really matter. We're being penalized for saving water. And I don't know, I just really cannot get over the feeling that I get when I look at it that way, because it feels like I'm just kind of being punched in the gut. And I understand that you guys have a lot of costs coming up for the hexavalent chromium and whatnot, but there's a lot of other contaminants that are equally as dangerous as the hexavalent chromium. And I remember getting a letter about 15 years ago talking about hexavalent chromium and how our levels were way high, and they're still way high. They're, 362 times what the EWG talks about as a healthy rate, because even if it's legal, that doesn't mean it's safe. And I don't think people really get that. We've got several really dangerous, I've got a whole list of them here. I'm not going to try and read them off. But there are serious contaminants in our water, and it's not acceptable to turn around and be charged more for using less water. And in my experience in business, when you are doing your job, that's when you get a review that gets you a raise. When you're not doing your job, if you're not even meeting the minimums for getting these toxins out of our water, why should we have to pay more? You guys knew a long time ago that this needed to be done. So to sit here and say, oh, it has to be done by next year, and 15 years ago, we knew how bad it was. We knew what the levels were supposed to be. It's embarrassing. I mean, I've raised here my whole life. It's embarrassing. The other item that I wanted to mention is on the the multifamily customers only pay a flat rate per dwelling. And I understand what the gentleman was saying when he's out of town and he doesn't hardly use any water, but he's got that flat rate. But the other part of that is, as having a single family home, if we're charged a flat rate and our usage, there's no reason why someone in a multi-unit dwelling can't be charged for their usage too. That just doesn't seem
time-
right. There's a
your
lot of
time is up.
people
Thank you.
that work hard to reduce their usage. Okay, thank you.
Hello, I see lots of my other gray-haired brothers and sisters here. And I live on a fixed income and I'm on a little bit larger property. So my water bill is a little higher. It's almost $500, which means it's going to go up to $750. And my Social Security went up $40 a month this year. So $40 a month and my water bill is going up $250. You know, which one am I supposed to pay? My food, my water bill? You know, this rate going up so much in the first year, I think is just ridiculous. You know, I've talked to other people and I don't even think some people get it, how much it's going up. I don't understand why it can't be raised a decent amount each year rather than hitting us so hard. And I've been to several of these meetings. I asked the first one, is there been any consideration for senior citizens on a fixed income? And my answer was like, shock, we couldn't do that. That would be illegal. You know, I'm not sure why that would be illegal, but for those of us that have been long-term citizens of this county and are on fixed incomes, this is really, for me anyway, this is a ball breaker. I'm sorry, but it's like, really, you know, I've cut back on everything that I spend money on. And, you know, I lay awake at night trying to figure out what else I could cut back on now to pay my water bill. And I'll let somebody else have the rest of my time.
A little bit of clarification. When Roy, I'm sorry. When you were talking to this gentleman right here, you asked him a question about what happens if we don't meet this? What's the governor going to do? And I think you said he'll shut off Vacaville, right? Exactly. Where does this come from? How can you guys support this? I don't know who's in charge of what.
Direct your questions here. and
Okay,
we
yeah,
are
because
taking
it
note,
came from him. I'm
And we are
looking
taking
at who it
note
came
and
from.
your
Okay.
questions will
But
be answered.
our governor, Newsom, can shut our water off if he don't get his way. That's where I'm coming from. It don't make no sense. I just want to get clarification, that's all.
Thank you.
Good evening again. So I'm looking at watch the presentation and I saw that you have a lot of expenses. And, you know, it's never easy to talk about where to cut, but I saw a lot of staff and pensions going on in there. Maybe that's where you start to look. One of the things that I'd like to say is that as a board, you really have to put your thumb on the pulse of the community. And I kind of feel like you are not doing that today, based on what I'm seeing. You know, you have a League of Cities that can put pressure on the governor. And you can say no. I believe that Vacaville is the catalyst of change in this state. They are watching this city like an eagle. And every move that you make can create change. It will be a ripple effect if you take a stand today. There are bureaucrats making irreversible decisions that your vote no today can send a strong message to them that says you weren't elected, you were appointed, and there can be changes made. One of the things that I want to say is that, you know, part of that pulse of having your thumb on the pulse, when we had our last election, people expressed their desires through voting. They had no money. And we are still in that situation. In California, not much has changed. Measure E failed. And people love children. We want to see our schools thrive. We want to see our schools have all the infrastructure that they need. But the citizens said, no, not now. We can't afford this. I'm telling you that you can come up with better solutions. You don't have to vote yes on this today. It's hard to be not going with the flow. It's really hard. But if this job was easy, everyone would do it. Everyone would be here. So I'm asking you to just take a step back, like many of these people have been saying, put your thumb on the pulse and listen to the people. They're telling you not now. Many of those people can't even come today because they're working, maybe 1, 2, 3 jobs. Many of them have gotten paychecks, gotten raises, and now we're going to go take them 20 steps back where those raises were insignificant. Let's not make their lives insignificant and their pay raises insignificant today. Let's look at different options, take a step back and review this again. You can do this. I have faith in you.
Thank you.
Louis Durfus, longtime resident. I can tell you, I'm peeved. I'm peeved. This is BS, total BS, okay? The citizens of this town can't afford this crazy rate increase. You know, we talk about the federal standard versus the state standard. This federal standard is 50 parts per million or billion or whatever the number was, and the state is 10. So that means, for some reason or other, California residents are more susceptible to chromium than the rest of the world? Come on. We got to fight back against the bureaucrats in Sacramento. We got unelected, appointed people dictating to us and causing us all this grief. We need to fight back. I strongly urge you table this discussion, this vote tonight. I'm also appalled by the lack of the numbers of people attending here, and I appreciate the people that are here. This place should be overflowing out into the parking lot with people that are upset about this. But the word is people are busy trying to make a living and put food on the table and provide for their family, and they don't have time to write letters in writing to the city council. Having a rate of over 50%, what was the number? It was 16,500 written submissions to put a pin in this. That's a ridiculous threshold. How about a more realistic threshold? 25%, not 50%. You know, people struggle, and it's already been talked about, the gas rates and everything else going up. We can't afford this rate increase. We can afford a modest one, possibly. Go back, revisit this. How much did you pay this consultant firm to do this study? They're on the hook. Let them go back and recrunch the numbers. Also, did these numbers, these projections, include the new revenues from the projected new residents? We have runaway growth in this city. We got all these developments going on. We got all these new customers coming on. That's what's causing a lot of this rate increase, is the runaway construction in this city. We need to put a pin in it. It's ridiculous. We're taxing people right out of the city. We're taxing people right out of their homes. Can I dig a well instead of paying city water? I don't think it's allowed. But maybe that's the solution. I'll put my own well in and you forget about the city water. Anyway,
Your time is up, sir.
yeah, the projections, you know, are numbers, and the nice thing about graphs and numbers is they can be skewed to favor what somebody is trying to get across. I think they need to be reevaluated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. So I didn't have time to study this, but I do have some questions. So in order to avoid the increase up front, rather than, having kind of a level trail of increases, I was wondering if you and staff can explain to the public what other financing mechanisms were considered to avoid this this type of really high increase in the beginning. Because I'd imagine maybe one idea on the table is maybe there's some kind of short-term bridge borrowing, and then that way you levy a smaller increase, and then you have a borrowing that you guys are kind of covering. And then, because when you think about it, when you look at state law with regard to just tax levies, they're really designed to have a level debt service. And when I say that is, you think of our property taxes, they only go up, the max is 2% per year. So we should be designing some kind of schedule like that. That's a world that we can all operate in. Number two, what I was wondering too, did you consider having some kind of exemption for seniors or those people that make a certain, below a certain income? So, because you could actually exclude those people and then redo the numbers, but that's what I would recommend. And then on the next agenda item, we have Lagoon Valley, and that they're going to be issuing community facility district bonds to pay for water and sewer infrastructure that was extended to Lagoon Valley. And I know that I've asked this question before, but I don't remember getting like a real clear answer. Is there any nexus between the increases you're seeking to pay for your infrastructure, water and sewer infrastructure? Is there any nexus between that and what's happening at Lagoon Valley? So those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Right now, are you coming forward, sir? Please come forward. If there is anyone else wishing to speak, please get in line. Okay, but you can. I understand. Okay. And you, okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Romero Jimenez. There's never a good time. That was feeling when city approved an 82% water rate increase in 2011 to comply with state requirements.
Just a minute.
Is the mic not on? Can you hear it now? Okay. So that was the feeling when the city approved an 82% sewer rate increase in 2011 to comply with state requirements, as well as a 30% water rate increase in 2016 to address, among other things, a deficit in the water fund. When the sewer rate was raised, council asked staff to do everything that they could to keep expenses down for our ratepayers and save where they could. And staff did that by reducing expenses and prioritizing projects so as not to increase rates for over 11 years. On the water side, staff brought the water fund back into the black and likewise was able to find savings to go an additional 5 years without an increase. When you think about our major household expenses, food, shelter, clothing, transportation, and utilities, you'd be hard pressed to find anyone that has gone 3 years, let alone 5 or 11, without raising their prices to keep up with inflation. But the city did just that. By doing this, the city saved its residents over 40% on the sewer side and 16% on the water side that the city would have charged had they just done a regular cost of living increase. To expect our utility systems, as well as anyone else, to continue to not raise their rates is simply not realistic. Now the state, as we've heard, has once again imposed a costly requirement upon us, and we have to comply as well as cover the costs of operating and maintaining our systems. These problems won't go away if we don't improve the rate increase. If we don't do this, we risk losing our operating permits, our water supplies, and since we can't use development or other funds to cover costs, we would have to turn to the general fund to be able to fund the gap. And that could mean cuts to public safety, public works, and parks and recreation. And we certainly don't want that. The proposal that staff has put before you covers costs, it pays for the state mandates, it establishes fund reserves, and it sets the path for cost living increases going forward that we can plan for and budget for. The fact that staff is able to do this for 5% a year or less, outside of the increases for the Chrome 6 that was been discussed, and also establish a path for sewer customers to start reducing their costs by using less water, as Diane pointed out, and still keep our rates among the lowest in the region is frankly nothing short of amazing. Approving these rates is not the popular thing to do. I'm certainly not a fan. I do believe that in the Proposition 218 process tonight, you're going to get a silent assent of the majority of our citizens. Nevertheless, it's the prudent thing to do, it's the responsible thing to do, and it's the right thing to do for our utility systems and our community. Thank you for hearing all of our concerns this evening. Thank you for being willing to do the tough job of making the hard decisions. And I'll just add, congratulations, Mr. City Manager, and welcome to the club. Thank you.
Thank you.
Test.
Hi, good evening. Name is Doug Ditmore. I've lived in Vacaville for 36 years now. Came up from the Bay Area, had an opportunity here. It's a great town. Somebody mentioned earlier that everybody trusts their city council, their mayor, their vice mayor, as do I, as did I. I have a question basically that I haven't got answered. I received my letter on the 27th. It was mailed out on the 24th of March. I got mine on the 27th of March. We had from that date until tonight to get 16,000 plus signatures to stop this increase. We didn't have a chance in hell to do that. There's no way you're going to get 16,000 signatures in less than 2 months when you sit and read the letter and you're in such shock, you can't believe it. The people in this city, along with every other city in the state of California, is being slammed by PG&E. You know that. You got a PG&E bill. I don't think somebody's paying it for you. I know we're in a bind here. Work with the residents here. And I'm really confused. Is this because we need this money or because of the state of California, the things that we have to do with our water requires us to have this kind of an increase that nobody in this room, from what I've heard, can afford? I'm retired. I have a fixed income. Give you a quick synopsis of how, I guess I'm elderly. I don't like to admit it. Can't walk, but by God, I can talk. And I'll tell you what, this is how my wife and I live. We have a nice home in Vacaville. If the state gets it, we're going to lose it because they're going to get rid of Prop 13 and our property tax will go up 1,000%. And it will for you, everybody. Watch the 26 ballots that come out when it's time to finally get rid of one governor. Maybe we can get somebody else in there that cares about the people in this state. California was the best state there was to live in. We came up from San Jose, California. Our water bill was $18 a month. We moved up to Fairfield. When I started a new job, I got a $200 water bill. I almost quit my job, got in my car, and went back and said, hey, you can't have my house. I want it back. I got off the subject. I apologize. I don't want to say anything that disrespects any of you on the city council. I respect what you're trying to do. You volunteer to be a council member. You don't get a lot of accolades other than the fact of being trusted. But we've got to something's got to be done here. We can't handle it, and I'm not going to be able to tell you a story about my wife and I. And it's a good story, but we won't do that. Quickly, I lied. Summertime, we die of heat because we can't afford air conditioning. Wintertime, we freeze to death. We sleep with an electric heating pad, and 3 blankets and a recliner in our living room. We can't use heat. Gas is too high. We got a 9% gas increase coming January. PG&E, okay, I'm done. Thank you very much.
We have another. Can you? Oh, thank you. It's on.
Is it on?
It's on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Deborah Stetler, and I live just right across the park. And I'm a real diligent conservative person, and I try very, very, very hard to conserve water, electricity, you name it, I conserve it. I'm also on a fixed income, and I love this town. I love this town. And I would just like for all of you to, I don't know if you will or not, but if you would just please reconsider the amount that you're imposing on us to pay when we don't make all that much money. And it's hard in every way. So I just want to thank you for your time, and please reconsider it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sneak in here now? I can walk, but I can't talk. What I'd like to say, I've been here quite a long time too. I'm retired. My pay don't go up, but I manage. First, I'd like to say there's a couple of people absent. Does that mean that they've already voted, or they're going to wait until you guys tell them how you voted, or whatever? The other thing is that you guys are sitting on top of a monopoly. See, I can't go out there and dig a trench and install another pipe and compete with, where I'm getting my water from. It's a monopoly. And we got all kinds of rules in our capitalistic system against monopolies. And for these guys to come in and tell us they're going to raise this by this crazy, is it exorbitant? Yeah. I mean, it's actually going to go up more than $1 a day by my calculation. And that's a lot of money. I don't know if you guys can afford it. I can afford it, but I don't want to, because first of all, we haven't had enough time for all of my neighbors and friends and family for it to sink in. I talked to 12 different people today, and only one had heard about it. And he says, my wife pays the water bill. So I said, well, you might want to come anyways. But, oh yeah, I want to take this opportunity to say, I think you guys have ran not a city, but a utopia. I mean, we have over 30 parks out there and 30 baseball diamonds and countless soccer fields. And all of them are covered with grass, thirsty grass. In July, how many, can anyone tell me how much water is consumed here? Just water in our utopia? Anyways, I don't know if I made any sense to you guys, because like I said, I can walk, but I can't talk. And I'd like to say thanks to Mr. Bush too for building this utopia. So I think I'm finished. But hold off on your vote. Give the population, the people, the public, some time to respond to this. Maybe they're watching on TV tonight. Maybe they're sitting at home and they'll get the message that, this is a problem. And you got a perfect excuse. Mr. Silva's not here and the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else at this time, so I am going to close the public hearing. All right. At this time, I'm going to check with the council. Okay. All right. Seeing that there are no further requests for public comment, this is your last opportunity to submit a written protest. Can I see it by a show of hands if anyone is working on a protest? Seeing none, I will now close the public comment period. Is that Is that a protest you're working on? I'll need for you to get it to the city clerk at this time.
Madam Vice Mayor, if we can go ahead and we'll
Go ahead.
receive her,
Okay.
her written letter, and if you'd like to turn it over to council for discussion, we can do that.
Okay. All right. As soon as you complete your protest, bring it up, and we're going to continue on. Thank you. All right. So now, council members, I return the matter to you for any further discussions. Yes, I am. Okay. Anyone want to say anything before I go to staff? Okay.
All right, I have one question. Early in your presentation, you said that it's against the law, the rules, for the rates for other payers to pay for discounted rates for seniors. And I understand that because other people can't, pay for others. So I understand that. But do we have any program that seniors can apply for outside of the water department, that they can get rates for help with utility rates or water rates or sewer rates outside of that fund?
So we don't have anything specifically for seniors because that could be discriminatory. However, we do have a low income discount program. So if seniors do qualify for that, then they can definitely apply. There is information available on our website, and as well they can contact utility billing, but essentially it is based on the PG&E Care program. So enrollment in that program is required to qualify for the low income discount.
So we do have people that are actively paying a discounted rate through the PG&E Cares thing for their utilities. Is that correct?
They are receiving a supplement or discount on their bill based on non-rate revenue. So we do have a small amount of additional funding outside of the rates that we talk about specifically here and the cost of service, and that funds that particular program.
All right, and so there would be the expectation that that would continue, that's ongoing.
That is correct. There is a stipulation that were we to run out of funds during the year, then the program would be suspended until the funding is approved for the future fiscal year.
Right, right. And I will just say that I totally value all the opinions that we've heard tonight, and I do know that it is a big increase and that everything else is going up. I guess, so when we first talked about it, I thought, oh, the middle of the road, because we had 1, 2, and 3, the middle of the road would be the way to go. And then we heard the presentation, and in the second level, in the end, the rate was about the same as the first. So although the first one is more gradual, the other ones were steeper than the ones that we saw on the chart. But eventually, it's every year you'd have oh my gosh, they're going up again. Oh my gosh, they're going up again. Oh my gosh. Whereas on the other one, it's like, oh my gosh, look at how it's going up. But then the next 4 years, it goes up, $1 or $2. So I guess that was part of my thinking and consideration. Do I want to feel the pain every year, or do I want to get it over with and then kind of level off? So I did just want to say that we did look at options along those lines. And the reason that I still was initially in favor of the first one, feeling the pain and then leveling off, it also allowed us to address some of those problems that needed to be addressed. So I just wanted to ask about the senior program and make that comment before we, get to the voting part.
Okay. There were questions that were posed from members that came, from the audience that came forward. And following up with Councilman Member Wilding, one question, what other options were considered? Can you?
Thank you for the question. And I guess what other options were considered for a financial plan or for?
The person that came up, I wrote down what other options were considered, and I think they were speaking of in lieu of, aside from what's before us this evening and what was presented in your presentation, was there any other means of increasing the rate?
If you're referring to like what other additional or alternative financing resources are available to the utility, so we have explored other options.
Yes.
Grants are obviously an option that we've applied for grants. We've been denied grants. We currently have grant applications in that we're waiting to hear feedback on. The option that we're looking into currently is a state revolving fund. It's an SRF loan to fund large infrastructure projects. We're working on identifying what those projects are, what the application process is. That process takes a year to 18 months to go through the qualification and approval process, and it's not guaranteed that we will actually be able to get an SRF loan with our finances. So we are exploring those options concurrently.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, we did look at a number of options in terms of timing and implementing the rate increases, and there was a number of questions about, could the steps be less in the initial term? And we did look at a number of different options to try and address that. Some of those were in the scenarios that were presented during the earlier meetings. And with the increases being lessened in the early years, it just didn't produce enough funding through the rates to pay for the capital projects, and in particular the ones that are more urgent needs in the earlier years. It just there wasn't enough revenue generated by those rates, and so that's why the increase had to be bigger in the first year to get the funding up to where it needed to be in terms of the capital project needs, the operating needs, maintenance needs, and all of the other items in the financial plan. So we did look at a number of different options of trying to find ways to ease the initial increase in rates.
Okay. I'm sorry, I've closed the public hearing. There were other questions. Did you write down the questions as they were being posed by the?
I did. I tried to capture some of the
addressed?
general themes. One that came up was development and kind of the impacts of development have on our rates. So this is a rate study designed just for our operating fund. It's projects related to rehabilitation. It's not associated with growth, with development. There is an impact fee that developers pay. They pay an impact fee for sewer and water. That goes into a separate account, and those projects are identified in a master plan. They're funded through that mechanism, and those projects are funded out of the impact fees that facilitate development. So what we're looking at here is our operating costs, day-to-day costs, and rehabbing the existing facilities and maintaining those facilities. The low income rate, which I think we touched on that a little bit. The 218 process, I know there were some slides in the presentation and really kind of questioning how or why are we doing it this way? And it really is that we are required to do it the way we're doing it. We're required to send out the notifications. We're required to have so much notice. We're required to have this public hearing. These are requirements that we're doing. They're not optional. We're not making this up. It's something that we're required to do, and so that's the process that we're following. Then I'll let you touch on the Wildan process. I think there was a little bit of discussion on how were the numbers looked at. Is there a different way to kind of take a look at the numbers? We went through several alternatives and options. And I think in the end, kind of Chris's point, that by deferring any increases initially, it kind of made the situation worse in the end. And it's kind of that scenario that the problem is not going to go away. You just seem to kick the can further down the road and make the problem worse.
All right. I know one individual in the audience stated how they feel penalized for saving money. And that is, for years we've been, in the past we've been in a drought situation. I know my lawn was replaced twice, and then I just gave up, and it looks quite dry and not that well groomed. Well, it's groomed, but there's no grass, no nothing. However, can you identify some of the contributing factors to why the city put off increasing the rates earlier? I know COVID was probably a factor in that, going back a few years, since we hadn't had a rate increase in several years. Can you just identify and speak to some of the variables that impacted the city from doing this sooner?
I can speak to my experience in this role, which is relatively new. Why the rates have been put off for so long, I'm not sure what the previous decision makers and why they decided to make those decisions. I know when I was appointed to this role by Mr. Bush, I took a look at the finances and it became one of my immediate concerns. I knew we were kind of heading to a position of insolvency on the water fund, and we hired Wildan Consultants around that time or even before that to start taking a look at what the rates would look like. And then since then, it's been working with Mr. Bush and the city council to bring this to you guys. And I understand that this is it's not an easy thing to do. It's very challenging, and I know it's a very difficult process to go through.
Okay. I'm going to go to the city manager now. Is there anything that you would like to add as far as how the situation historically, how it's that we've got to where we are today without a rate increase in the past?
Well, I wish I had the answer for the decisions that were made before I arrived in this particular position. And so there were a lot of different variable factors, that contributed to the prior decisions that were made. But one of the things that I wanted to do when I got into this role was evaluate everything, every service that we provide, and where we can, make sure that we're addressing those issues. If you may recall, one of the themes of our first budgets together was, addressing all the structural and all the foundational budget issues. It wasn't that we were going to be able to fix them all, by no means, because they're quite large and lengthy, but at least we would know what we're dealing with so that we can begin preparing for those. And so you are absolutely correct. This journey started with COVID. The ripple effect in people's budgets, in our budget, was more than just a year and a half, 2 years of the pandemic. And so we began working on it as quickly as we could, but to evaluate and determine the rates and the master plan study and all that sort of thing that went into it takes time. And so to Justin and his team's credit, they've been working very assertively on it because we knew that we couldn't continue this trend. And so I recognize that this is difficult, and we're trying to find those situations where they exist and correct them and put strategic plans in place to address them as best as we can. So that's what we've inherited, and that's what we've been working with, and we're trying to implement measures that ensure that this doesn't happen again, such as the annual adjustments, so that we're constantly keeping up with the rate of inflation as best as we can, so we don't find ourselves in this situation. And as you may recall, another good but bad example of what we've inherited is our impact fees were not updated for 32 years. So we were, behind the 8 ball from the get on that. And so we've had a lot of ground to make up. And I recognize that that's, a challenge, but if we're to provide the services that our community, is grown to expect, there are charges for that, and we're doing the best we can to implement those as effectively and as efficiently as possible.
And I appreciate that. I'm going to come back to the council at this time. Is there additional further discussion that you would like to? Oh, I guess so. Okay, I'm going to start with Council Member Ritchie.
Roy's on first.
Oh, he was first. Okay. Take that one off.
So I don't know if the mayor has an opportunity to hit the button, but I would defer to him. I do have additional questions, but I know he hasn't been able to speak. So if he's got questions, I'll defer to him first.
Thank you for that. Mayor Carley?
Yeah, thank you. This is actually a really good discussion, and I appreciate the audience and the members of the community that have come forward and voiced their concerns. And I really want everyone to understand we all too have the same concerns. So this is what tonight is. It's a hearing. While we can make a decision, we also don't know what the vote is. We have heard a lot of information leading up to tonight. And listen, I appreciate a concern from the audience. Where's the whole council? Well, I'm here. I've listened to everything. I'm just not visibly present. So just know that. I am particularly concerned. And I too share the fact that we have an unelected board out of Sacramento that has decided to ratchet down the requirements 5 times lower than the national standard. You can go to the store and buy bottled water and fill your house each and every day for drinking water. It's 5 times higher than what the state is going to require for what our wells will be. And so I am concerned, and I don't know that ultimately that I'm ready to simply come into compliance with the state mandate of an unelected board. It's the same board that seems to be addressing whether or not we're going to reduce our water from Lake Berryessa. So from my perspective, there have been some great questions tonight. One in particular is the fact that we can't raise rates every year. And yes, maybe it's been 10 years. So you don't come back to the ratepayers each and every year for a CPI increase. You can't build in a CPI increase in a rate. You have to come back to the taxpayers and have these types of hearings. And so it is painful. We certainly have not addressed this like PG&E, which can have multiple rate increases over the course of a year or two, and we all feel the pinch. I know for those who are living paycheck to paycheck and are on Social Security, you absolutely cannot afford these increases, whether it's insurance costs, power costs, water and sewer costs, and this is just another one. And I'm sure I speak for other members of the council in saying, I'm not satisfied with this, but I also heard members of the public say, we're okay with what is reasonable, what you can demonstrate, and what the data is. The hex chromium 6 is between 30 and 40% of the water increase. So while there can be some balancing between the water and sewer rates, what we do know is we are on a cliff, at a cliff, and I appreciate staff's approach to this from city manager and from our utilities to say we need some help from our consultants. And the consultants that, from my perspective, have done a good job in trying to demonstrate what these real costs are. These are not to pay for salaries and benefits. This is not something that you can transfer from the general fund. These are special funds simply addressing our water and our wastewater rates over time. So what do? There is the potential, and I'm not opposed to, and I think this is important for the public to understand. Most of the council received multiple, at least previous briefings to know what these costs could be and what the options are going to be. And Councilmember Wiley said it, that there was an option that was another tier, but it ultimately just deferred the pain point. But there's a pain point that's really impacting this, and this is chromium 6. So there is a consideration that's not on the table, but it is under consideration because we are the council. And it is a potential option to defer tonight's vote to look at what that might be if we were to say to Sacramento, we're willing to accept the fact that the CPI over 10 years is going to go up, and we'll pay that. And maybe but it may be something that needs to come back to the council. But there are times also that we run the risk as a council that if we don't approach the risks of maybe there's $10,000 a day for a fine, or maybe the state could say you can no longer use 4 of your wells. And we're exploring all these options, and I believe that our staff has. Well, what happens then when we have no water? And just because we have Lake Berryessa and we have water sources, we provide water to various portions of our city through our wells. And so it's a very complex process. But if we do something that's different, we're accepting on behalf of the members of the community the effect of, are you willing to take the risk? Maybe it's tonight, maybe it's on a future meeting when we can fully digest this, that if you don't comply with the state, are you okay with the consequences? And so those things are real consequences that we could consider. And I'm not opposed to that, because when you're looking at 30 to 40% of the rate increases, that's in addition to the CPI that we have not included over the last 10 years, these are real numbers. Secondly, although I didn't ask the question, we could consider the fact that, and maybe it's a question, Justin, that you can answer, or the consultant. Residential rates are based upon 5/8, 3/4, and 1 inch. But so much of the fixtures could also be based on the fact that we have increased the requirements of homes to have sprinklers. And so the plumbing sizes to the homes have increased to make sure that we have safety. And then we're going to charge a significantly more amount. And so while that's baked into these costs, it might be an opportunity for us to consider, do we really want to penalize individuals, whether they're young homeowners or those who are senior citizens that simply have a larger size plumbing into the home to meet the needs of safety, and that we're charging them more versus the actual water that they're using. And maybe that's not appropriate, and we may need to reconsider that. So these are all great questions. Again, I don't know that I have anything other than comments, but I'm not convinced that we're ready to make a decision tonight. And I'm also contemplating the fact that I'm not comfortable just acquiescing to the state every time they decide through an unelected body to tell us that we have to do something. Now, it is a risk, but I'm contemplating whether or not that risk is worth taking. So thank you for calling on me.
Thank you, Mayor.
Am I good? Okay. I was prepared to make a difficult decision tonight. I knew this was going to be a tough one. I think I'm going to make an even more difficult one than I expected to make. I am so frustrated with the loss of local control and the regulations being put on us by unelected appointees from the governor. I'm done. They're trying to tell us to empty out Berryessa. They're telling us that we have to dump we've got to come to these like rash judgments at the expense of the community. I know that first off, I want to commend all of you for the job that you did, because in an effort to come into the expected compliance, you went above and beyond, the 3 of you. So this has nothing to do with the presentations that you gave and the information. You did your job. You do it well. You continue to do it well. And I'm grateful to have all of you here doing your job. I just feel like if we literally had the ability to call every citizen and ask them whether or not they would file that declaration, none of them would. I mean, even my wife's mad at me about this whole thing, right? So I don't think any of them would. And it's frustrating. I recognize that increases are needed. We need to certainly make up for some of that. But I'll tell you, we're elected to make difficult decisions. The fact that we have unelected people costing us upwards of $36 million is beyond me. And so today I'm going to stand up for the 16,000 people who couldn't be here today. I'm willing to take the risk. It may mean I don't get reelected if there's a big problem, but that, you know what, I think at some point we have got to stand up to the state and say our electeds need to be making these decisions because they can be held accountable for them. But an unelected board can't. This is a huge amount of money to put on people at a time where everybody is tightening their belt. Every single person. We have a ton of people on fixed incomes. And so I recognize that this is a risk, but tonight that's where I'm gonna land on that tonight.
Okay, before I call on the other council members, I believe city manager.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that before we get into any making of motions or anything like that, I'd like to make sure that the city clerk has the opportunity to disclose the voting results, so that way the council has that information before you get into the next steps. But if there's clarifications that are needed from staff, by all means, this is the time to do that. If all your questions have been answered, we can certainly share the results with the council.
I have 3 other council members that wish to speak at this time, and then I will continue on. Okay. Councilmember Ritchie.
All right, thank you so much. As I'm taking notes, my sentiment follows along with Councilman Stockton and also the mayor. The hard part is, as I watched one of the Congress representatives walk out the room, my wife's not happy either. Like, the thing is, people are making decisions that aren't our city. Every single one of us pays the same bill that you do. The people in the county, in the state. And they're making decisions that don't affect them directly. So my question is for you. I need clarification. It falls on the same lines as we were talking a little bit. What is the date that we need to adhere to this state guideline by the board?
For the Chrome 6 compliance?
Correct.
It's October of next year.
Okay. How long would it take to, at full speed, if we have to push down the line to get it fixed? How much time do we have?
So we have until October.
How much time will it take?
It's going to take longer than October to get in compliance.
So
our current schedule of the compliance plan that we're developing to get to the state that we actually have to have approved by the state, we are looking to shut down all of the impacted wells in October. That's when demand starts to fade or die off. We're hoping that we can be able to do that, to meet demands during October during that period without those well facilities online. And then that'll buy us another 6 months until March, April, when demand starts to pick up, when we have to have those wells to meet demand in this kind of the late spring, early summer months. So it's going to take over 2 years. We have a well currently in construction that's taken over 2 years to complete. It's not the fault of one thing. It's the fault of pretty much the supply chain issues that we are facing. When you order something and they say it's going to be an 18-month lead time, and then 12 months into that, they say that we're going to extend it by another 6 to 12 months. And this is critical equipment that we need. And that's just to get it here, not installed, and then continue on with the construction process. Staff has worked like, I don't even know how to put it into words, but very creatively to come up with a plan to get into compliance.
and I fully believe you guys have, and that's I'm standing here with you. Regardless of what we do or say at this moment, we're still going to be out of compliance and not be able to adhere to the timeline by this appointed board, correct?
We will,
We can't make the timeline.
we will be in compliance with our timeline. We have a plan to make it work. There's a lot of processes and review times and extra staff time that'll be involved to make sure that we can get there. So we will not have those wells available in October, but we are anticipating that we should have everything ready to go when we need those wells in the following spring, summer, before demand picks back up.
Okay, next question would be, how often does a board meet? Where does the board meet? And with midterms coming up, as an appointed board, to give the residents of Vacaville the opportunity to go speak to the board and change their minds because they're all appointed, how often do they meet? Monthly, bi-monthly?
They meet monthly. They post an agenda just like any other board. They meet in downtown Sacramento. I believe it's the EPA building. I know the building by sight. I've been there several times speaking on Chrome 6, the Bay Delta Plan, PFAS, all the challenges that we are facing in the near future. So they do meet monthly. They do publicize an agenda, and they do receive public comments. The board does prefer elected officials to come and speak. We've had several of our elected officials from the county go and speak on the Bay Delta Plan. There is definitely a preference given to elected officials when speaking.
So they meet monthly. I mean, we need to give the residents of Vacaville and ourselves the opportunity to meet with them and express our frustrations like the way they are at us. Like, we're no different. We're paying the same bill, the same fee, the same penalty. It is frustrating the fact that I can go buy a bottle of Hamburg water and it'd be 5 times safer for me to drink it out of 7-Eleven. I mean, it's worse 5 times than out of my own faucet. I mean, I think we can change their minds, come more in line with rational thinking. So I think we need time to be able to approach the board and have them understand that they're making a decision that's irrelevant. It should meet the same guidelines as the water coming into the state to sell. Why is it worse? If the state of California can sell water to anyone freely in the state, why are we being penalized at 5 times the level in our city?
And I don't disagree with you. And we've had those conversations with the board. They were going on this time last year, all the way up until, I believe it was June, when they adopted the MCL. We joined a coalition of other agencies within the state of California that have the same issues with Chrome 6. We have actively been talking to the board, not so much about overturning the MCL, but financing opportunities available to agencies like ourselves. They're updating the, they call it the IUP. It's the funding mechanisms for projects. Unfortunately for Vacaville, we're not a disadvantaged community. So we do get penalized when it comes to a lot of financing opportunities for utilities. When we apply, like our grants that we recently applied for, we are hamstrung because we are not a DAC community.
So Newsom's up in 28, correct? But how often is that board reappointed? Is it every 2 years or every 4 years?
I do not know the specifics of the board appointments.
So, I mean, I think we need to know that. Like, the public, the unelected board's going to push this onto our whole city. We need to at least know the people making the decision, how can we affect their choices? How can we talk to them directly? Are they going to make a decision, and by the time these come into effect, they're already off the board in the first place? I mean, their decisions might be skewed if they realize there's going to be consequences for the repercussions. If they're going to be appointing rules and be gone in 2 years, 6 months before or after this law goes into effect, it's not on them. They don't live in Vacaville. So, I mean, I think we need to really take these kind of milestones and benchmarks into consideration and give us a chance to weigh out the whole risk of going for it and figuring out, put the pressure on the state that we're going to go ahead and do this or not. But we need to at least have these milestones that we have the choice. Hey, they're off the board in 2 years. Newsom's off in 2 after that. There'll be new appointees. Maybe they'll change the idea of, hey, you need to appoint people who have common sense to meet guidelines standardized across all 58 counties and cities. I don't know. But I agree with the mayor and Roy. I want to make sure we have all things on the table and give the same people in this room the opportunity to fight and be upset, rightfully, the people that are making the decision are affecting us. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you. I have just one question. Because it's come up several times about the number of written protests there have to be, how is that number established? That's what I thought. So we didn't say, let's make it really high so that they could never do it in 2 months. We set it what it had to be. We didn't have a choice on where to set it. So I just wanted, I thought that was the case, but I just wanted to ask that question. Right, right. Thank you. And then it's also been discussed, how come the can's been kicked down the road so long and why haven't we increased the rates? And at this meeting tonight, the easiest thing for me to do would say, oh no, we can't raise these rates because look, the people don't want them. We can't raise these rates. And then we would, in effect, be doing the same thing that 10 councils before us have done. And those councils have been chastised for why didn't they do it? So if we say we don't need to do it because, you know, it's too high, then down the road we might be, our water's not safe, our water's not turned on. Flint, Michigan didn't fix theirs, and then they had lead pipes. In Texas, my brother called, and he had to boil water for 3 days because the water didn't work. We've all had plumbing issues in our house. Can you imagine plumbing issues in the city? So it is a hard decision. But I know that Vacaville is not the only city that has Chrome 6 issues right now. It's the whole state of California. So Vacaville and other cities in Solano County are actively engaged in protesting that, and we have addressed that together to say we can't do this. So I just want people to know it is a hard decision, but I'm not inclined to just kick it down the road because I feel like this is at a point where we need to do something for our water. So that's not a question, but that's my comment.
Okay. Councilmember Fremore.
Yes. So if we do not pass this tonight, what would be our move from that? Would it be to come back and have you guys present something else, some other ideas, possibilities, or something along those lines? Because I know that we have a timeline here. We got to get going. And it's pretty obvious to me that if we start shutting down wells, right around election time in October of 26, and it's on the news where 10,000 Vacavillians are loading up their cars to go to their neighbors to fill their toilets and sinks. It's probably not good advertisement for a campaign. I know that when I was out campaigning, I didn't knock on any doors and say, I'm getting ready to raise your water rates by $400. Please vote for me. Just this last fall. So, you know, and when I read through, and I read every one of these today. And I see my mother in here, and I see my father and my aunts and my nieces and friends and family. And so I know this is pretty radical. And I was ready to be radical as far as for, you know, we have to protect our city. But I also agree with what Mayor Carty was saying to the extent of, I think we need to look a little bit harder at this and see what else that we can come up with. So, it's just, you know, and I listened to Mr. Sanapadre on how it's going to affect the schools, you know, for $200,000, you know, and where are they going to come up with that? I was just reading in the paper today, there's layoffs at some of the schools, you know, and, well, I think we just, I think, I don't know that we've exhausted all of our avenues as far as for taking a look at how else we can do this. So those are my comments.
Okay.
And I guess,
value.
well, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to address the options that we can bring back are what the council would like to see. That's at your discretion. And as, excuse me, as far as taking a look and trying to figure out what other things we can do, the Chromium 6 is just a portion of what we're looking at today. It represents about $30+ million of the $90 million in infrastructure needed. So I don't want the conversation to get lost that just if we didn't have Chrome 6, this would go away. It's only a piece of the puzzle that's here. So it's compounded the fact that we've neglected infrastructure for a long time. We didn't raise rates during COVID that had huge impacts on our ability to operate. We pay a multi-million-dollar PG&E bill every year, so we get those impacts just like everybody else does. Our chemical bill has doubled through the COVID process. Those are all real costs that we potentially could not meet. The state gives us permission to operate our systems, our sewer and water system. We have our NPDES, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit. It's a public hearing similar to this in Rancho Cordova on June 19th, where the state is going to say, these are the new rules, Vacaville, that you have to operate your wastewater system under. So the idea of fighting the state and saying that maybe we don't raise rates because we're going to send them a message, I don't know if that's the message that you want to send. Obviously, we're part of a lawsuit right now with this Chrome 6 coalition challenging the MCL. Staff is working with the board. I've personally met with the chair several times this year, not so much on the lawsuit piece because he will not meet with me personally on that, but on financing options for our community. There are other communities that we're very lucky in Vacaville. We have a diverse water source. We have water from Lake Berryessa, as we've kind of touched on a little bit. There is challenges there that can come later this year with the Bay Delta plan. And if that goes into effect, we'll be on the market looking to buy water to augment that supply. And that's going to be costly because more water is going to be taken away. So it's the supply and demand issue. Right now, we are in a position where we have the opportunity to sell water potentially in good water years like this one. If this happens, in 4 or 5 years, we will not be able to take a drop of water from Lake Berryessa based on the Bay Delta plan. Those are definite and real consequences that we face in the future.
Okay, thank you. I felt, I see 2 more lights on. All right, Councilmember Stockton.
One quick follow-up question. I just want to confirm that it's the Chromium 6 portion that has the timetable that's attached to it for October, correct?
That's correct.
So if we didn't have that Chromium 6 portion involved in the raising the rates, we could spread them out more gradually and not have a huge first-year impact, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. We can take the Chrome 6 piece out and it would impact the year 1 rates, absolutely.
Okay, and then I just also wanted to clarify that I am not going to vote no to kick the can down the road. That's not why I'm voting. I'm voting no because I believe that these regulations are being put on us by an unelected board that has no accountability to anybody. And so I just think that for that purpose, I don't want to mince words, that it's not about kicking the can for me. It's about the fact that I think there needs to be accountability to the people who make the decisions that cost cities upwards of $30 to $40 million for regulations that go above and beyond what the federal government puts in there. So I just don't want to mince words that I'm kicking the can. That's my concern. Can we get the ballots? I guess.
Not yet.
Okay. Oh, was there another one?
It happens.
Sorry, buddy.
Councilmember Ritchie.
So quick little follow-up, regards to Chromium 6. I understand that at some point we can't get the can, we have to have increases. But if we take out the piece and fight with the existing lawsuit, if we're able to go to this board and just fight for the fact that we want to have the city of Vacaville, the same level of Chromium 6 allowability that's across any where you can buy water in the state of California, I think the reduction of the remediation to the wells would be the point that stepping period will be less. I know we have to raise the rates, but there's the gradual increase of just the cost of maintaining the wells and water usage, and then this turbocharge of the Chromium 6. I just want to fight to say that level should be an even playing field. If you can sell water in the state of California, it should be the same level of Chromium 6 or any of the chemicals at our tap and the grocery store. Like, if we can find that, have the board at least agree to that, I think that $30 million would drop substantially down to match whatever else you can buy water in California. I think that would help the residents. We're going to have increases regardless, but it would dramatically reduce this horrendous charge at once. So that's my comments.
Okay. No, the lights are on, so first of all, I want to say that we do value your opinions. I want to thank you for coming forward to express yourselves in regards to the current concern with what's being proposed in regards to our water situation. I was really floored when Superintendent Santa Padre came up and shared the $200,000 impact it's going to have on the school district. How in the world, where would you get that? We have to take all of that and believe it or not, and it didn't come. I didn't think about it while we were having our discussions and receiving the data upgrade, but the impact that it has on other industries in our community. I've heard from my colleagues, and pretty much I can say our sentiments are probably similar based upon the comments that have been made. Where do we go from here? The mayor has mentioned deferment, possibly deferring this. I will say that I do have a concern about operational hard costs and the impact. I would I just don't feel we can kill it all together, but maybe give direction to staff to come back to us with something that is more gradual, because we need the help. We got to help us, the city. We're in dire need. So I'm going to go now to the city clerk and ask her, do you need time to count? You do not. So at this time, I request that the city clerk provide the final total of written protests received.
There was 1,110 prima facie protests.
Okay, thank you. Did everyone receive the number 1,110? So it did not meet the required number.
The
So
protest fails.
I'm sorry.
The protest fails.
Yes, the protest fails. So now I'm going to return to the council. Seeing that a majority protests did not exist in accordance with State Proposition 218, the protest fails. So I will now hear from the council on your position with this. So can I have a roll call? Do I do a roll call? Well,
First, you don't, right now, you currently do not have a motion on the floor. So.
You're right.
Because the 218 vote failed, it's now on the council to decide what rate adjustment you choose to enact. If the council is looking for additional information, I would suggest that we get clarity on that and bring it back to you. Because as Mr. Cole mentioned, with or without the Chrome 6 element as part of this formula, there are other needs. And the challenge that I see here is that I appreciate everyone's comments. I truly do. The city is going to be impacted by the water rate increase as well. And so we're all feeling it. But the challenge here is challenging the state is not an easy thing to do. We're part of a large contingency that is doing just that right now. The risk is that if we do fail to comply with those mandates, while we can't tell you tonight and probably won't be able to tell you at your next meeting what those repercussions will be, we should expect those. And the biggest, unknown is that if and when the state does say, nope, doesn't work, our water supply goes down significantly. And so you talk about having an immediate problem, there's a real problem there. And Councilmember Fremont mentioned that, this is all happening sometime next year. And so this is why our staff has been diligently trying to put solutions together for the council. Yes, they're difficult, but we do not want to be responsible for not having the ability to provide such an important resource for our community, such as water service, as well as wastewater service. So having said all of that, where do we go next? I certainly hope that we don't just say we're not going to do nothing. So if there's a desire to do something, the more information that we can get from you to come back with, we will certainly try to do that. If it's alternatives, we can look at that. But the fact of the matter is, Chrome 6 is there. If you want us to come back with options for how we may increase our strategy for addressing, a different result from the state, we can try to bring that back to you. But again, we're already involved in something, and we're linking arms with some of the biggest water providers in the state that are tackling this. The other thing that Mr. Cole was talking about with regards to meeting those requirements, not to make it sound any worse than it already is, but other agencies are trying to comply with those requirements as well. And so all those materials that we need to get that are unrealistic in that time frame, everybody else is going to be doing that as well. And there's billions of dollars worth of improvements that other agencies have to make compared to our 36 million. So this just gets harder and harder. So I don't necessarily have a very good answer for you, but we can go back and look at alternative formulas and so forth. But the reality is that we have an obligation to meet. And if you're looking for more details, we can try to figure that out. We can work with legal and more of Justin's team there to see what other possibilities. But I'm not guaranteeing much that we'll come back with.
I would like to ask, is there a minimum that we can do to keep us to make us compliant? Does that make sense? What would be the minimum in order for us to remain compliant?
We are looking at, I like to say, not minimum, maybe the most cost-effective measures to meet the Chrome 6 compliance. We are currently looking at well sites that, like I said, have a varied Chrome 6 level. Some of them are on the margin, like a well 15 that we have. It had a 15 Chrome 6, and we need to get down to 10. And so we were able to slow down the drive and get that closer to 10. We can't effectively say we're doing that all the time yet, and we're still experimenting with that, and that may be an alternative where we can avoid treatment. The problem with that is we lose about half the capacity from that well site, and that capacity has to be made up from somewhere else. And that's where more money is needed to drill new wells or new infrastructure for that lost capacity within the system.
Okay, we know that we need a rate increase. There's no way around that. But I'm still thinking that if you can work on just what I asked, the minimum that we would have to require in order to remain compliant while all this other is taking place. Is that enough of a direct? Yes, City Attorney.
Yes, Ms. Vice Mayor. If I can put the Chrome 6 regulations in a little bit of context, I believe it was the same regulation was passed back in 2015 timeframe, was adopted by the board, imposed on the cities for a short time period. During that time period, the city of Vacaville was sued because we were not in compliance with that regulation. The regulation was later challenged and it was withdrawn, and the board had to go back and do some further analysis. They've done that. They've come back with this current regulation, which again is, I believe, the same MCL as it was back in 2015 or so. So I don't necessarily see those regulations going away. That lawsuit, once it was filed, and the regulations were withdrawn, they changed their theory and continued to sue the city on another theory. It cost the city $1 million to defend that lawsuit. So there are some real impacts from not complying with the regulations. So that's just a little context.
Okay. Yes. Oh, I got lights. So, all right, let me go back to this. Did you turn yours off?
Well, I think you were going to ask me again about the minimum. I assure you our team has been looking at every creative, innovative way to get money from a turnip, as they say, to meet these requirements. The creativity that Mr. Cole mentioned about balancing wells, you know, we're band-aiding the circumstance to make it work, but it doesn't fulfill the obligation of providing all the necessary water at that point in time. So we'll continue to look at it, but the reality is that for every innovative way, there's a consequence to it that reduces the supply potentially.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call on the mayor to see if he has anything he would like to share at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Chapman. This is really a complicated topic because just like in some of the other issues, the state seems to wield, you know, the heavy hammer and tries to force compliance. And the risk, as the city manager states, is there is a cost of litigation. And we heard it most recently when it came to, you know, sober living environments with other cities that have spent $5 to $10 million in some of their fights. And so on principle, I think we all agree that, I don't know that we all agree, but I think that I've heard several of us agree that I'm willing to stand up to the state, but then I'm also risking financially funds that come directly out of the general fund. And so it is a consequence. But maybe one of the things that if, you know, staff needs direction here, and one of the ways that we can move forward is maybe to ask staff to come back and provide information to the council of what maybe a rate increase would look like if it didn't include chromium-6. Because the community, although it didn't meet the standard of objection to block this, but I agree that you're not likely to get 16,000 votes against this just because of the nature of a community to go forward. That's on the council. But I do believe the majority of people who would hear this would say, we don't like it. But we did hear comments that said, we understand there's CPI, we understand there's increases, and we cannot go insolvent. So we have to make the decision. Are we willing to separate the two and say, what would it look like if we move forward without the nearly 40% increase that we're going to pass on to the ratepayers, and bring that back to the council for discussion for an understanding that we do have to make sure that we do not become insolvent. We have to provide water and wastewater in a very appropriate way. Listen, and I appreciate the council member's comments earlier about other locations. Our standards, you can go to the store and buy it. And so this is not Flint, Michigan. That's not the issue. This is a heavy-handed, unelected board of 5 members that various governors make appointments to, and it's constitutional. And to Director Cole, he's correct. I mean, it is a hard battle to fight everything that's going on, and everyone is willing to stand up for them, but it could be a cost. I think for me, I would recommend that we do continue to move forward and direct staff to bring back a discussion with an alternative that can focus on what are the actual costs that don't include this latest expectation from the state on chromium-6. It's nearly 40%. And what would that look like? Because I think the public could understand the fact that you can't go 10 years without any rate increase and expect that you're going to be able to do that indefinitely. And maybe also look at some of the other rate expectations and drill into it a little bit deeper, and then come back with a conversation, not, in the near term, not, don't kick the can, bring it back so that we can actually look at this more comprehensively. And also then we can also have legal look at what might these costs be so that we can make an informed decision on the two, what it would cost if we decided to fight the state and the risk so that the public understands it, but also what are the actual costs that we need so that we're not insolvent in the next 3 to 5 years, sever from chromium-6.
Thank you, Mayor Colley. I'm going to go to Ted.
Yes, thank you. That was exactly what I was going to ask, is if we could just come back with a cost analysis to remove the $37 million for the Chrome-6 and what the rates would be like to carry on with the rest that we need for your CIPs and for, our rate increases. So if we can come up with that number, and then if everything falls apart and, we have to go with the Chrome-6, well, then I guess at that point, it gets shoved down everybody's throat, I guess. I don't know, but I understand what you're talking about too, and talking about, that we got to get in line, but I would like to see what the rate increase would look like. So my ask would be the same thing, as if we could have those numbers, perhaps by our next council meeting to present to the public on what that's going to look like by removing that $37 million for the Chrome-6. And that's a start. And then if we have to, if we're going to get bit, then I'm willing to make hard decisions,
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Stockton.
I'd just like to make a motion consistent with the recommendation of the mayor and Councilmember Freemouth for them to come back with that information. That's my motion.
Second.
A question. Okay, I'll call on you. And let me get the question from a council member, and then I'll call on you, city manager.
So,
Hold on. Let me get you.
so when we looked initially, the number one, which we were presented tonight, and the second one that had the more gradual tiers, if we went with something like that, would we be able to address some issues, but just not all the issues, or would that be insufficient to do that? Is that the same as what they're saying with take out the Chrome-6, or not?
No, that one included all of the chromium-6 projects.
Right.
It just didn't allow to collect all of the funds within the allotted time frame that the state is requiring us to be in compliance. So it spread those costs out over a longer time frame so that we would be able to complete the projects, just not within the short period.
Right, so to me, that seems like a more reasonable thing, because what the people want is not to have such a steep increase, and it would be more gradual. But I'm afraid of taking a risk that says we're going to remove the Chrome-6 thing, and then to have it become a reality, and then we don't have the capacity for it, and then we're fined because we don't do that. Because then who's going to pay for that bill? I mean, the general fund, which we're already going to talk later about deficit spending. So I just wanted to see if option B could be a viable option that would make the rates more palatable and meet most of our needs, but not all of them. And I know we have a motion on the floor, but I wanted to clarify that this was different.
Right. And we can still have discussion with, there's a second. Do you have a slide with the other two alternate options?
Not in this presentation. That was presented at one of the earlier meetings that had the alternate.
So you don't have it?
Right.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. City manager? then I'll-
Yes, so in regards to the motion and the comments received tonight, I would suggest that if that motion continues to pass, that you would give staff the opportunity, and I understand that the motion included May 27th, but I think that could be a little bit quick in order to get the information to make it, worthwhile to return back to the council with some solid information. So including the alternative that Councilmember Wiley mentions, I think we can bring that back, as an option to addressing the full list of CIP improvements that we're discussing. The other request related to a project that does not include the CIP items necessary for the Chrome 6, we can certainly give that to you. And then that will, if we were to continue this to the June 10th meeting, hopefully that will give us some more time to work with the group that we're working with and all the contacts that Mr. Cole is working with at the Water Board, as well as our City Attorney's Office, to see what other costs could be incurred for noncompliance and what, legal ramifications would be entailed and the potential costs associated with that. So the council has a better picture of, do we make the decision to fight the state or not? And of course, there's going to be a lot of crystal ball estimates in that. But just know that going in, that we'll do the best we can to give you what our best guess is on those things. But at least that way you have what we can give to you to make this important decision and not, as was suggested, kick the can down the road. So
Okay,
if that's the case, I would, appreciate that to give staff time.
thank you. No more, is that left over from your second? Oh. You good? You need?
No, I need.
Oh, okay, you got it. All right.
So we have a motion and a second, and based on the comments, and I was going to make the motion, but now we're flipped back around. The friendly amendment is to exactly that, to table it till a certain date that's rational, give us enough time. I want to make sure that either I or any other elected official or the city members have a chance to go down and talk to the water board directly to express our frustrations and our alternative suggestions, and give enough time for you guys to do your job and work with the combined legal team. So if we can table till June 10th, that gives enough time. I want to make sure that we post so everyone in the city can know where to go and when, to at least have the option to express our feelings, frustrations. So,
I'm good with that.
yeah, I want to table it, but I want to make sure, like, I have the opportunity, and so does the city and people, to go down and express our frustrations. That at least, regardless, we're going to have things happen, but give us the option to have the exact same quality level of water from our taps as in the store. That's it.
Okay, communication.
So can I add one more thing to this?
Yes.
So, Councilmember Ritchie, I completely understand your perspective. In my role with the Solon County Water Agency, I'm so familiar with the opportunities to speak publicly to the State Water Board, and we are asked routinely to lean in, just like we are on any other matter within the city. So I completely believe that that's what we need to do. But I also would caution that we still need to have staff come back and separate the two matters so that we are better informed on the decisions that we will make in the near term and not let that delay. Because there are times when you'll be able to make a comment, and maybe it's in a month or two, but they won't respond. No different than the fact that we have the public make responses in business from the floor. And so they could sit on a response and then we're no farther along. And that's my only concern is we still need to continue the conversation with the council. I would simply offer that we give staff enough time to consider the feedback that we're given. We've already messaged, I think, the majority of this council that we're uncomfortable moving ahead tonight. And I do believe the city manager and staff can bring something back in a reasonable amount of time so that we can further the conversation. And maybe the conversation isn't come back so that we can vote on it at the next time. Come back with information so that we can consider what those options are in a public setting so that we're doing this with the public's advice and consent. That's all I'm saying.
So I had a procedural question. Would we have to redo the 218 process and engage a whole new public hearing? Or are we just going to leave the public hearing open?
No, if you're considering the rate that's proposed now or a lower rate, you won't have to renotice. But I would recommend setting it for a date, continuing it to a date specific.
Okay. All right, you have the motion? All right, call. It's been moved in second. Let's call for the vote. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Stockton? Yes. Councilmember Ritchie?
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman?
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley?
Should we consider yes?
Vice Mayor Chapman?
Yes.
Mayor Carley?
Yes.
Oh, well, thank you so very much for your patience, for sharing. It's not an easy decision. I mean, our responsibility isn't always easy. And we heard you this evening and we value all your opinions. So thank you for coming out. And if I may say, this isn't on the agenda, but I'm just going to say that we have a communication survey going on right now. And if you hear anything about it, we want to learn what's the best way of communicating with you, whether it's a social medium or leaving stacks at different locations, the library, different locations throughout the city. How can we communicate? Some of you this evening said that you spoke with individuals that didn't know this was going on. How can we reach them?
Next door.
You want us to go on next door?
Madam Vice Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay.
We need to close that down. Thank you.
It wasn't on the agenda, but I was just bringing closure to the public hearing.
Can I
We want to
recommend,
hear from
can I recommend we take a 10-minute break?
uh,
5 to 10 minute break? Whatever you need.
Y'all can do it in 5. You really need
I
10.
motion that we take a 10-minute break.
Look, oh, y'all are wrong.
Yes, we are.
Now you want a roll call, huh? Oh,
Audience?
Right.
oh. reconvene the meeting, and at this time, we're on item 8A. And with that, I'll call on the city manager.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, Mayor. This next business item is a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of special tax bonds for the Lagoon Valley project. Ken Matsumia and guests are here for a presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, along with me, I have our city's municipal financial advisor, Dan Cox with KNN, and other members of our financing team, as well as the developer. So if there are any questions after the presentation, they're here to take them as well. Starting off the presentation with some background information. CFDs, or Community Facilities District Number 13, Lower Lagoon Valley, was established by council in 2021 over a series of 4 meetings. As the CFD formation process requires a number of legislative actions, including a public hearing and landowner election. CFDs are a financing tool allowed in state law that funds the installation of public improvements and or ongoing services within an identified area. A special tax is levied on taxable property within the district's boundaries, and the revenue received is used to fund the CFD's authorized public facilities and services. Given the size of the Lagoon Valley project and phased development, the CFD was formed with 2 improvement areas, improvement area number 1 and improvement area number 2, and the use of improvement areas is common in larger projects that will be built out over a number of years and is a way of grouping the parcel of land in a CFD according to the development phasing plan. Each improvement area is authorized to issue bonds with no cross-collateralization between the improvement areas, and just in layman's terms, that means that the assets in one improvement area can't be used to cover the debts of a bond in the other improvement area. So one of the actions that was adopted during CFD formation back in 2021 was a resolution determining the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness. So kind of using a layman's term there as well. So what that resolution did, it was the formal approval by council that stated we need to take on debt through the issuance of bonds to fund a specific project, in this case, Lagoon Valley. The purpose was to finance the cost of public facilities improvements being constructed and acquired by the city. So as you can see on the slide, for improvement area number 1, the max bond principal was $48,880,000. For improvement area number 2, the max bond principal is $44,220,000. These maximum bond amounts were based on conservative calculations from the maximum special tax rates and each rate method of apportionment. And the rate and method of apportionment is the legal document previously approved by council that outlines the formula and methodology used to calculate and allocate the special tax levied within the CFD. Separate series of bonds will be issued for each improvement area, and each series of bonds will be secured by the special taxes levied within each improvement area. The bonds will be paid by the special taxes levied within each improvement area. There is no obligation to use other city funds, for example, the general fund. I think there was a comment in the earlier presentation about the nexus with Lower Lagoon Valley. The proposed rate increases in the previous item have nothing to do with kind of funding this bond issuance and paying that back. There is no special tax that we levied outside of the Lagoon Valley district. And so like this, the special taxes that are levied within Lagoon Valley and improvement area number 1 are the only funding sources for paying back this bond that we're talking about tonight. So this map right here shows, just for reference, when we talk about improvement area number 1 and 2 in Lagoon Valley, the project, the blue area is improvement area number 2, and then the green areas are improvement area number 1. I like these areas right here. And then the areas that are in pink are potential future annexation areas that could annex into Lagoon Valley, into the CFD. So to date, no bonds have been issued for CFD 13. When the CFD was formed back in 2021, the acquisition agreement, which is the legal document that identifies the improvements to be acquired by the city and paid by the CFD, it also included parameters the developer must meet prior to the issuance of any bonds. And so these parameters included things such as the upfront backbone infrastructure serving the project being completed, that there would be sufficient progress being made in the proposed development. So that would be gauged by looking at like the number of building permits issued, lots owned by or under contract with home builders, et cetera. And that there'd be enough property value to have at least a 4-to-1 value to lien ratio overall for the development. Within the last 2 years, the backbone infrastructure items identified as critical for building permit issuance and occupancy has been completed by the developer. The development progress has been recently evaluated as part of an overall credit review by the city's financing team, including a bond underwriter, municipal advisor, appraiser, absorption consultant, special tax consultant, and bond counsel. Based on this review of the project, the issuance of the first bonds for improvement area number 1 is ready for council consideration, which is tonight's action. So staff is seeking council approval for the issuance of the first series of bonds for improvement area number 1. The bonds would provide funds to reimburse the developer for public improvements they've constructed and the city has accepted, including the booster pump station, water storage reservoir, lift station, and other improvements that the council accepted in December of 2024. And the par amount of the bonds is currently estimated at $13,750,000 with a not to exceed amount of $16,250,000. The final par amount will be determined near the time the bonds are sold, which is expected to occur in June. And the not to exceed amount provides additional flexibility to staff in case there's changes in the market or interest rates, and it would allow staff to close on the bonds without having to return to council. It is anticipated there will be future bond issuances over time for both improvement areas. The proceeds from this first issuance will not cover the cost of the public improvements the city is acquiring. Each of the future bond sales will also need to be approved by council, similar to this evening. And then the process of determining the amount to issue or bond sizing considered a variety of factors, including the status of development, value to lien ratio, market conditions, interest rate, and the expected revenues that would be generated from improvement area number 1. So regarding the special tax revenues, residents in improvement area 1 would see a levy on their property tax bill starting next fiscal year. So that would be fiscal year 25-26. And then the table on the right shows what those rates are expected to be in the upcoming fiscal year. Final map property with no building permit is also subject to tax based on acreage. And the maximum amount that these tax rates can go up annually is 2%. Attached with the staff report, there are several documents that are required to be approved with the issuance of bonds. These documents will be finalized near the time of the sale or closing of the bonds, and they're subject to staff approval of subsequent changes. So the most important document that was included with the staff report is the preliminary official statement. It's the most important document for council to review. It's subject to federal securities laws that require the document include and not to misstate all facts that would be material to a potential bond investor. The document discloses, among other things, the estimated sources and use of funds relating to the bonds, the purpose for which the proceeds of the bonds will be used, terms relating to the bonds, security for repayment of the bonds, the ownership and development status of the property within improvement area number 1 that was provided by the property developer. And then the POS, preliminary official statement, also includes a form of the continuing disclosure certificate. And so this certificate obligates the city to file annual disclosures and special event disclosures with the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board. The other two documents for the fiscal agent agreement. So the document, this document establishes the role, rights, and responsibilities of the fiscal agent that's acting on behalf of the bond issuer, which is the city, and also by extension the bond holders. And the main purpose includes the administration of funds, so how the fiscal agent handles the collection, management, and disbursement of bond proceeds. It provides investor protection, so safeguards investors by ensuring an independent third party is entrusted with managing the funds. Provides clarity in the legal framework, so it defines the scope of the fiscal agent's duties, terms under which they operate. It also includes a covenant of the city to pursue judicial foreclosure against property delinquent in the payment of special taxes under certain circumstances. The bond purchase agreement outlines the terms under which the underwriter agrees to buy and offer the bonds to the market or investors. This slide illustrates kind of the next steps. And so if council were to approve this first issuance of bonds, the bonds would be sold. Once those proceeds are available, the developer would submit the request to the city for reimbursement. The city would review that request, and to the extent that we approve it, we would reimburse the developer solely from available bond proceeds and taxes. So the recommendation this evening is to authorize the issuance and sale of special tax bonds and approving and authorizing related documents and actions. And as I mentioned earlier, we'd be happy to take questions. We also have our financing team and the developer available as well.
Okay. Anyone in the
spirit of,
Oh, let me
oh, that sounds better.
sketch.
So my questions are really in the spirit of really making sure that the bonds, the terms, the structure are in the best interest of taxpayers. So in reviewing the staff report, I noticed that the bonds are proposed to be issued with a negotiated sale. If I remember correctly, I think the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board did a study that came out, I think, in August of 2024, showing that in negotiated sales, sometimes the pricing of the bonds is not as beneficial or not as good as a competitive sale. So I would like to know from staff why it is that a negotiated sale is being pursued over a competitive sale. Additionally, I noticed a comment that my interpretation of staff report is that the existing homes that have been completed, they're going to generate enough levies to cover the debt service of the bonds. It's also my understanding that the bonds are not going to fully reimburse to the developer for the extension of water and sewer and all those other things that were listed in the presentation. So I'm wondering if staff could let me know and the public know, should the bond size be increased? Because as you know, with every bond issue, there's fees that you have to pay, and we don't know what the interest rate's going to be. So is it more beneficial to increase the size of the bond than the proposed, I think it was $13,750,000. I also noticed that your EU Council will be authorizing the issuance to go up to $16,250,000. And I was wondering if the bonds are going to be sold at a premium, meaning are they going to be issued at an above market rate? And if premium is generated, which is a form of, creates additional cash, how is that premium going to be used? How's it going to be spent? Is it going to be going to the developer for reimbursement, or are you going to use it to offset the higher interest cost that the taxpayer may bear? In addition, I noticed there was terms in the staff report about homes completed. There were 25. And then I noticed a finished lot description. I didn't know what the difference. So you can tell me the difference between those two. That would be great. And then I also noticed that the levy for a home over 3,900 square feet is more than the levy from May of 2021. And if you could just explain the difference.
Your time has ended.
That's too bad. All right, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to this item? No? Okay. Were you able to jot down the questions that were asked?
Yes, we'll kind of tag team these questions. The very first one, from my understanding, was the pricing of the bonds, kind of going with with us issuing with negotiated versus competitive sale. I'm going to defer to our municipal advisor on this one.
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor Chapman, members of the council. I'm Dan Cox with K&N Public Finance. We're the city's municipal advisor for the Lower Lagoon Valley bond financing. There are two primary methods for selling bonds: a negotiated sale and a competitive sale. Competitive sales are where you put the bonds out to bid, get it put together, and have underwriters bid competitively. Typically, that's done for higher rated financings. This will be a non-rated financing, lower credit quality than what's typically sold competitively. And so in a negotiated sale, the underwriter is brought on in advance. They help structuring the bond issue, help do the due diligence required for the financing, putting together the official statement. So it's, I think for this type of financing, a competitive bid would not be appropriate. A negotiated sale is what's commonly used for these types of land secured transactions.
Thank you.
There was a question on, will the bonds be sold at a premium? sort of what would happen in that case.
So bonds can be sold at a premium or a discount. With a premium, the proceeds are more than the principal amount of the bonds. All of the proceeds, whether it's from premium or not, for tax exemption purposes, have to be accounted for. So the premium proceeds would be expended on everything else that the bond issue is expended on. So the majority of it will go toward payment of the purchase price of the improvements that are being acquired, costs of issuing the bonds, and there's some reserves that are funded. So it's all, the premium basically goes into the mix of proceeds of the bonds.
And there was a question about should we increase the size of the bonds, and I can again can add to this, but then there's an evaluation that goes into that process. We work with the underwriter as well as the municipal advisor, and the comment of the staff report was really kind of mentioning sort of how we're mitigating that risk. There was a comment in there that really we're sizing the bonds off of the revenues off of the neighborhoods that the council's approved a final map for. And so you could definitely kind of increase the bond issuance, but then you're kind of taking on more risk there's more risk to the investors when we go that route. And so it is a process, as I mentioned in one of the earlier slides, where you're looking at things such as the value to lien, the revenues that we're expecting. And so based off of that, we feel this is the appropriate sizing. There are going to be future bond issuances in the future. I mean, that's just, there's kind of no way around that because of the costs of the infrastructure that we're accepting is well above this first issuance. And even if we were to increase it, we're not going to capture all of those costs in two bond issuances.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. The city, it will be the fiscal agent for the bond? It's going to be
It's going to be U.S. Bank is the fiscal agent.
Oh, okay. And I was going to inquire about the premium on the bonds. Everything else is designated as far as where the fund, how the funds will be used. The premium made on the issuance of the bonds, you said would go for other needs in the community, correct? Will you be identifying what exactly how that premium would be spent or used? The same as you did for other items?
The premium, as with the rest of the proceeds, would be restricted to the uses that the CFD is restricted to.
Okay.
So it's all restricted to the facilities that are being acquired and related reserves and costs of issuing the bonds. So.
Okay. Questions?
Motion to approve.
I second.
All right. It's been moved and second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Did you want to see if the mayor had any comments?
I have no comments.
Sorry, I apologize. Hold your vote, hold the call. Mayor Carley, I apologize.
No, I appreciate that. I'm good. I have no comments.
No comments, okay. Now we'll have the roll call vote.
Councilmember Wiley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chapman?
Yes.
Mayor Carley?
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ritchie?
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. All right, we'll move on to 8B, Budget Study Session, Part 1.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, members of this council and mayor. This is the first in a multiple series of your budget study sessions. Unlike prior years, though, we're going to be focusing on steps taken to address the budget deficit. And so tonight, our budget team is here to prepare a presentation or present a presentation, excuse me, on the efforts that we are recommending going into this upcoming fiscal year's budget. So with that, I will turn it over to them. I will also advise, as I'm sure they'll make note of, that your department head team is here also to be available for any questions about the services and the budget cuts by department. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ken and his team.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So starting off our budget update, this is a reminder of kind of where we're at with the city and what we're projecting for the upcoming fiscal year. And at this point in the budget development process, there are going to be a number of budget study sessions. You'll also see a draft budget that's going to have more firm numbers when we have that study session, first meeting in June. But as of right now, what we're projecting for fiscal year 26, which is next fiscal year, is that if we kept with the status quo budget, didn't do any sort of cost saving measures or anything at all, that we're looking at a projected gap between our ongoing revenues and our expenses of over $11 million. And that's the deficit spending that you hear about. If council were not to make any changes, as I mentioned, then the reserve would finish below 15%, slightly below 15%. As a reminder, our general fund reserve policy is 16 to 25%, so 2 to 3 months. And so we would be slightly below that reserve if we were to make no changes at all. And just to use kind of personal budget terminology here, your ongoing revenues and expenses, you can think of that as your paycheck and your monthly bills, and then your reserve could be thought of as a rainy day fund or your savings account. Each 1% of reserve is the equivalent of about 1.5 million. And so in order for us to finish next fiscal year within our policy, our expenses would need to be reduced by about $3 million or revenues increased by 3, somewhere in between. Next slide, please. And so really the structural kind of deficit that we're in is a result of the fact that our revenues, they've slowed down kind of over this year and the past year. As council will recall, when we went through budget adoption last fiscal year, we had mentioned that, we were starting to notice that inflation and a lot of the things that you hear about in the news was starting to impact our revenues. And we've kind of saw that happening kind of in the near term and kind of into, the next couple of years as well. And so as part of the 24-25 budget adoption, we prioritized the budget asks, really reduced them going into this current fiscal year. We also paused the ADP payments to CalPERS, which are kind of the additional voluntary payments that we were making to save on long-term interest costs. And the fact that the city had such a high general fund reserve, and so I kind of mentioned that 16 to 25%, we were coming into this year with over 40%. And so given the fact that we had such a high reserve, the recommendation was not to take any drastic cost savings measures going into this budget year, that we use our excess reserves to kind of monitor the situation. Can fast forward to where we're at right now, a year later. Revenues haven't improved. They pretty much kind of, we're still seeing the impacts of inflation on our revenue, sales tax, and property tax. And so we're at that point now where we can't just sit around and not do anything. We're going to have to, and what we're recommending is to look internally and make cost-saving measures. That'll be the main topic of tonight's presentation. We're also recommending, and we'll be talking about our measure and pilot programs and putting a pause on those as well. And then with the no CPI increases to service and supplies, we know that annually costs go up just from the fact that, with inflation, even if there was very slow inflation, you still have costs rising from year to year. As part of our budget adoption process, we've always applied a CPI inflator to our discretionary service and supplies budgets in the department budgets. Our recommendation is that CPI not be applied for the upcoming fiscal year. Under that future consideration chevron, you'll see that, as discussed in our March 28th special council meeting, that there is this opportunity in the future, potentially looking at some of our tax measures and whether we explore bringing one of those to, or a couple of them to the ballot. Next slide. So starting off with our potential cost savings measure, we'll go into this in more detail later on in the presentation, but at a high level, this is a summary of what we're proposing for the upcoming fiscal year to close that $11 million gap that I was mentioning in that first slide. So at the very top is our 2.5% budget reduction. We've asked each department to identify 2.5% in cost savings, and every department has identified that amount, if not a little bit more. For the measure and pilot programs, what you're seeing here is a value altogether of about $1.36 million. If we were to pause these measure and pilot programs, including the apprentice program that we're starting in 2022. With the exception, I just wanted to call this out, you'll see that there's an asterisk for neighborhood cleanup. There are 2 measure and pilot programs that we are proposing keeping as is, and so that is the neighborhood cleanup program, that continue to be funded. Kind of the reduction of 15,000 here wouldn't change the program, but just more so lines up the budget with how much we're actually spending and putting on those events. And then the youth scholarship program, which is 150,000, we're also proposing that that not get cut, that stays on for the upcoming fiscal year. Under the capital contribution reduction section, and so in addition to kind of the general fund, we also have separate funds where the general fund puts money aside for things that we know that are going to need replacement. So with public safety equipment, these are going to be radios that our public safety departments need. With the internal service fund technology replacement, this is funding that we're putting money aside because we know servers, computers, and things of that nature also need to be replaced. Our garage operations is another fund as well, where we've analyzed and looked at these funds in the upcoming fiscal year, and based off of that analysis, we feel that this is an amount that we can kind of put a pause on for the upcoming fiscal year for these dollar amounts. Also recommending that for our capital improvement program, that typically in a year, annually we set aside about 2.5 million or budget $2.5 million in new general fund and Measure M dollars each year. We're recommending that that be paused. This doesn't mean that there aren't going to be any CIP projects done next year, because there are other funding sources such as grants, development impact fees. There's also projects that were previously funded by Measure M and General Fund that will continue to be done. But what we're proposing, kind of given our situation, is that we pause any new funding. And the final item on here is for community development, that the $250,000 amount. Community development is a separate fund outside of the general fund. It's heavily reliant on the fees that come from development. And so in years where development's really well, you'll see that they're able to kind of build their fund balance. When development slows down, then they're having to dip into that reserve. The general fund has been putting money aside since the Great Recession for that. What we're proposing here, kind of based off of where the community development fund is currently, is that we pause that $250,000 just as a stopgap measure for this upcoming year. So altogether, the estimated savings for the city would be about $9.2 million, general fund about $8 million. If you're looking at just the ongoing operations, it's about a $5.5 million savings. Next slide. Next slide. And so we'll go over each department's kind of savings in more detail over the next dozen plus slides, but this is kind of summarizes what each department has identified by dollar amount. It's about $4.7 million. Next slide. And the themes that we've kind of noticed with the 2.5% cost savings is that every department really gave a lot of consideration to minimizing the amount of service impacts. Obviously, when you're taking a 2.5% cut from each department, there are going to be service impacts to that we'll kind of mention in the latter slides. But every department had kind of looked at their departments and, to the extent possible, try to minimize and not have those cuts really drastically impact programs and the service we're providing. Departments were given the flexibility to find savings through a combination of salaries and benefits or service and supplies. And what you'll notice is that with departments, you'll see a combination. So some departments relied on positions, so basically vacant positions. There aren't any layoffs of full-time employees that were proposed, but you will see that in some departments that the non-full-time or intern staffing or the funding has been reduced. And then on the service and supplies side, what we noticed was departments with smaller budgets were more heavily impacted, just because if they didn't have a vacancy, for example, they're having to take their cost savings from service and supplies. And so that really cuts into things like training budgets and kind of their budgets that are used for supplies and things of that nature. Next slide. So with that, I'll pass it on to John to go over the city attorney's office.
Thanks, Ken. The first department is the city attorney's office. Their 2.5% target savings was $67,760. The majority of the city attorney's budget is in salary and benefits, which at this time they're fully staffed, so their proposed savings will come from services and supplies. The first category we see is legal and professional services for just over $45,000. The impact here is that it could potentially limit access to specialized legal expertise for the department, and it could also delay delivery of legal services. For training, travel, and meals, that amount is $21,661. The potential impact here is that it could restrict access to professional development programs and hinder continuing legal education for the department. And then lastly, general supplies for $1,000, and this will just reduce funding for general supplies for the department. The city manager's office target is $81,707. The city manager clerk or city manager and the city clerk divisions comprise total of $60,000. and that's going to be made up from professional services, training, and maintenance. The impact here is going to be more significant for professional services, for reduced external assistance. Limiting the professional services may increase the in-house workload for the department or for the divisions. The department will need to prioritize which projects warrant external support and which projects they can keep in-house. And then for training, that's a 24% reduction, and this could hinder staff skill development and access to new tools for the divisions. For public relations, that savings is $21,500, with the bulk of it being in professional services and consulting services. For the professional services, the impact here would be that it would limit outside assistance for engagement support, crisis communications, and on-call broadcast system support. And then for consulting services, it could potentially impact them with less flexibility when working with third-party vendors. City Council, just over $3,300, and that's going to be in training, professional memberships, and general supplies. The training is the most significant impact here. It may lead to decreased participation in conferences and training for fiscal year 26. And just a call out for professional memberships. There's a reduction of $300 here, but it will not change any of the current memberships for council that you're currently a part of. The IT department, the identified savings, $84,929. The first category is mailing, postage, general supplies. This is minimal impact to the department of $5,000. The services are the network services administrator. This is a hiring delay for 2 months, July and August of fiscal year 26. The savings here is $28,507. And the potential impact here is that it could increase workload on the current IT staff and potentially delay network projects and maintenance for the first 2 months of fiscal year 26. And then lastly, the information security manager. This is actually a position that's going to be frozen. The savings from this position will be used to continue to contract services to manage cybersecurity. This position hasn't been filled since council approved it. We can't compete with the private sector in regards to the pay scale for this position, so we'll continue to use salary savings for contract services in addition to the $51,000 for the department 2.5% savings. And with that, I will pass it over to Leslie, or Ken, sorry.
Thanks, Sean. So for the next department, community development, their proposed savings is a little under $137,000. As you can see, it's being proposed in the non-full-time professional services and contribution to local agencies budgets. The biggest potential impact here is in the category that has the smallest dollar amount associated with it. So with non-full-time, proposal here is to reduce the college intern hours, and potential impact with this is that the assistant planners are going to have to spend more time at the front counter and less time on planning projects. It would also delay potentially the conversion of paper files as well. And so those are the potential impacts in that area. With professional services, the $85,000 being proposed here, the reason why the impact here is minimal is because a lot of these projects are kind of budgeted or expected to be completed in this current fiscal year, wouldn't carry into next fiscal year. And with the contribution of local agencies, this amount was going to be for the matching funds for the URM grant from FEMA. Since the city's been waitlisted, this funding in all likelihood would not be needed next fiscal year, but the following. Next slide. With economic development, similarly, the department is proposing reducing or eliminating its non-full-time budget of $13,600 that's used for an intern. Impact here would be that the intern is primarily used for research, given the department size of 2 staff. If the intern position were to be eliminated, it does kind of put more work on the existing full-time staff members. One of the potential mitigation strategies here would be to look at hiring non-paid interns. On the service and supplies side, the $13,000 that's being proposed is primarily going to be prioritizing and reducing the number of professional memberships the city is in, kind of related to economic development. Next slide. Finances proposed savings are a little under $139,000. Biggest impact here again is on the non-full-time, where this funding is used for part-time staffing in the front counter, as well as in our utility billing area, as well as our intern program. Potential impact would be that with the part-time front counter position being eliminated, that you could see longer lines at the front counter from the fact that we are going to be down a staff member there. With training and service and supplies, this would reduce the budget, and so the department wouldn't be going to any conferences, would be relying on online trainings, and then would have to take a drastic hit to our service and supplies. Next slide. For the fire department, proposed savings are going to equal a little over $1,060,000. Proposal here is to delay the hiring of 5 full-time positions. That would be 3 firefighter EMT positions and then 2 firefighter paramedic positions for a year. These positions are currently vacant, despite the department's efforts to fill these positions. They've been unable to fill the positions despite ongoing recruitment efforts for lateral paramedics. One of the things I wanted to call out here is that because of the fire department's minimum staffing requirements, that overtime would eat into the savings. So it wouldn't be like a dollar for dollar savings, because the fact that they need to maintain minimum staffing and overtime would be incurred. Next slide. With that, I'll pass it to our assistant director.
Thanks, Ken. The next department we have is housing, and their target was just under $100,000. And they will be delaying the hiring of the assistant director position. The position is over $237,000, so they do have excess there. The department continues to evaluate staffing needs and assignments. However, delaying this position places the director at the lead for a lot of current positions and multiple projects she is working on, including Montessa Affordable Program, Gable Apartments Rehabilitation Project, affordable housing developments like Allison, Oak Grove, Victory Gardens, and Habitat Harmony Village, as well as several collaborative community initiatives such as Day Caloris Park Development, Allison PDA, and the Markham Callum PDA. Additionally, this delay limits the department's capacity to pursue any new affordable housing projects, as well as funding applications. And to address workload demands, temporary staff restructuring may be necessary, putting some employees in out of rate to help with higher level duties. Next slide. The next department is human resources, with just under $90,000 in target savings. The first one is coming from salary and benefits. The department is proposing eliminating and freezing the office assistant position, which has been vacant for almost a year. The position is approximately $109,000. Of this amount, they will use approximately $27,000 towards allocated succession planning by upgrading 2 positions. This would take an employee service manager and make it an HR manager. It would take the current employee relations manager and make it an assistant director. This would result in just shy of $83,000 in cost savings. The department has already redistributed some of the duties among existing staff and a college intern, and the result for this impact for customer service would be minimal. The second item on here is cost saving measure is for services and supplies, just shy of $7,000 by reducing citywide training. This impact is expected to be minimal, as HR has worked on a robust in-house training for the upcoming year, and they will utilize virtual trainings and other lower cost trainings going forward. The next one is for non-departmental, and that is $78,479 is the cost savings target. This will come out of the radio service systems, supplies, and services budget, including $37,000 in other technical services and just over $41,000 in other maintenance agreements. Since fiscal year 22, the radio system has undergone multiple updates, including long-term contracts agreements, as well as cell site lease contracts. During this transition, there was a lot of uncertainty regarding annual expenses. However, at this stage, the expenses have stabilized, and we expect to remain within budget for the upcoming fiscal year. However, I will note, should something come up unexpected, we would not have the financial buffer to absorb any significant changes. Should that happen, we would have to come to council at that time. The next department is Parks and Recreation. Their cost savings target was just over $239,000. The first section here is in non-full-time at just over $34,000. This would be a reduction in hours for front desk, non-full-time, and marketing staff. The next section is recreation instructors at instructors just over 51,000, and this would affect the cultural arts division. They recently lost a one-of-a-kind instructor who specialized in music at Three Oaks, and they have not been able to since find someone to replace them. So thus, this program would not be able to go forward at this time. So this is why they're using it as a cost-saving measure at this time. The next section is the VPAT, or the theater, and that's the largest component here at just over 123,000. And this would be a reduction in city-sponsored shows from 6 to 3 a year. The change would allow for more outside rental opportunities, and it is expected that the average attendee is unlikely to notice the difference between either a city-sponsored show or a rental-based performance. The last section is general supplies, just over 30,000, and this would affect special events, youth services, and Merriment on Main. These are smaller amounts. For youth services, it's just over $4,000. For youth services, it's about $16,500, and based off of current projected expenses for the current fiscal year, they think that they can maintain the budget within those reductions. And then lastly, for Merriment on Main, it's a reduction of 10,000. There was a augmentation in fiscal year 24 for 77,000 when we took over Merriment on Main. But looking at past costs, and given that we do get donations and sponsorships, they think they can go without the additional $10,000. Next. The next department is our police department. They were at just over 1.38 million for cost savings. They came in a little bit higher, just about 29,000 higher at the 1.4. They will delay police officer overhire program of 4 officer trainee positions, as well as 4 vacant officer positions. The department currently has over approximately 11 vacant officer positions, along with the 4 vacant trainee positions. Even with these adjustments, service levels would be consistent with current operations. As always with officer vacancies, there's a potential for increased overtime and having to pull from specialty units if minimum staffing shortages occur. However, that's not currently expected. Next. The next department is Public Works at just over 339,000 target. The first section are 2 positions for salary and benefits, just over 318,000. The first is the maintenance worker, and this would be in the street section. If one or with this delay of this hiring, if 1 or 2 employees are out, they won't be able to complete patch paving or repair work without stopping or impacting concrete and storm drains, as there's a minimum set staff needed for traffic controls, machine operations, and manual labor needs. The department would likely have to go from a 2 to a 1 crack seal crew, impacting efficiency, and some work will have to get transferred to a larger CIP project. The delay in hiring the public works maintenance position will continue to increase capacity challenges for management staff at the courtyard. With only 1 public works manager, many responsibilities will need to be distributed among the assistant director or the management analyst out there, and would result in deferring some work in some program areas. The last section for them in supplies and services is for the Play for All Park at just over 21,000. In fiscal year 23, there was an augmentation of about 90,000 to take on the maintenance for Play for All as phase 1 came online. The projected cost was for the full park maintenance, given that the park isn't fully built out yet. The reduction of 22,000 shouldn't have an impact on the next fiscal year. However, as the park builds out, there may be future needs. The next one. The last department we have is utilities for sewer and water, combined total of 138,000. They have 5 positions here that they will delay hiring, and that is the administrative technician, the utility plant mechanic, the wastewater plant operator, the assistant utilities engineer, as well as the engineering technician. There is a call out on this one. They would use 53,000 as cost savings from this position, and the remaining 75 they will put towards non-full-time for this position. And then the last one is reducing the overtime budget by just shy of $61,000. Delaying these positions will continue to strain the department, which has been managing numerous vacancies for some time. Current staff will continue to face increasing workloads affecting overall operations, and ongoing pressure may accelerate this trend, potentially increase the number of vacancies. Regulatory compliance will still be achieved, though with increased pressure on existing staff and resources. With these positions unfilled, there will be delays in projects and essential tasks, reducing efficiency and slowing critical initiatives. The department will prioritize urgent projects based on available resources, postponing non-critical tasks where necessary. Project timelines will be reassessed, leading to potential delays. Community engagement will also be impacted as staff shortages and limited overtime budgets will restrict what the department can respond to. This will limit responsiveness, reduce department's ability to address lower priority and non-urgent concerns affecting overall service. Next, and I'll turn it back over to Ken.
Thanks, Leslie. So this slide right here just visually shows kind of what we talked about and the impacts and cost savings measures across the city. The next slide. And so kind of to recap, in addition to the 2.5% cost savings measures, the other items that are being recommended is that we pause those measure and pilot programs that started in 2022, with the exception of the youth scholarship program, which is $150,000, and the neighborhood cleanup program. The apprentice program be paused as well. And then, as I mentioned, no new general fund measure MCIP funding, and then reducing the contributions to the tech, garage, community development, and public safety funds. What we're not recommending, in addition to kind of keeping those two measure and pilot programs, is to not reduce any of the funding towards our streets and parks beautification. And so this is an annual $2.25 million that comes from Measure M. And so that would continue into the next fiscal year as well. And then we're not recommending any sort of citywide hiring freeze. Next slide. So this is the same slide that was earlier in the presentation, just by dollar amount, what's being proposed. Next slide. So the financial impact of all the cost savings measures, just a caveat here, is that their overtime is going to eat into some of these savings, especially in the, as mentioned, in the public safety departments because of the minimum staffing requirements. Also in the forecast that we do, we assume a 3% vacancy, and so we don't assume full staffing. And so in order to realize kind of the savings we mentioned, we're gonna have to have vacancies above that 3%. And then this is the first study session of 3. And in our next study session, what we'll be talking about, and just as a preview here, is that although we have cost savings measures, there's going to be other things, other costs that potentially could come up with the budget, and that will be things that we'll be discussing in the next study session. So the Fire Academy is an example. The fire department will have an academy in February due to expected retirements. There's the DVBID decision, and ultimately sort of what happens with the funding for the next fiscal year. Can mention with tax measures, if that is something that we're exploring for the 2026 ballot, that would involve hiring a consultant to look at the potential options there and surveying the public. And then with Cap Solano as a member of the JPA, the city has to contribute towards Cap Solano. The expected contribution for the upcoming fiscal year is about $150,000, and that is something that the housing department can absorb in their budget. And so that would be a general fund ask. As you'll see, the ARPA and question marks, what we'll be kind of proposing in our next study session is that the $2 million that was set to be used for the Quality Inn project, that a portion of that be used to potentially fund this as opposed to the general fund. And then finally, with the Humane Animal Society, with the city being a member of the, I think it's SACA is the abbreviation, the Solano Animal Control Authority. The contract that's being negotiated, depending on how that plays out and if there's any cost increase, that's not currently built into that forecast. And so we'll have more information on that in the next study session as well. So this slide right here is really a preview of what we're going to talk about next study session. So in the next study session, we'll have our Q3 budget update and how we expect the general fund and Measure M to end at this fiscal year. There's some positive news here is that compared to the mid-year update, there is one-time money that we're going to get from sales tax and Measure M. And so with Genentech selling or Lonza acquiring Genentech, they also acquired the equipment as well. And so there is about $7 million of one-time money that we weren't anticipating. And that's what this chart on the right shows, is that back in February when we did the mid-year update, our anticipation was that the general fund Measure M overall was going to be having a deficit of about $10.9 million. we would end this year with a reserve of about 23%. What's changed on the right is that $7 million one-time payment that we've dropped in now to the forecast. And so as you can see, it reduces our projected deficit for this upcoming year to about $4 million, and then the reserve jumps to 28%. And so that doesn't change the recommendations we talked earlier, just because it doesn't affect the structural kind of deficit between our revenues and expenses, but it does help with the amount of reserves that we have going into next fiscal year. And as mentioned, when we have the next study session, you will see an updated 5-year forecast, and we'll have kind of what our expectations are with the rest of revenues and expenses as well. Next slide. So as I mentioned, next study sessions on May 27th. The focus would be kind of follow up in any of council's direction on the cost savings measures, the Q3 update, and then those budget asks or kind of unanticipated costs. Budget study session number 3, we would have the draft budget available for that meeting. There would also be the CIP or the Capital Improvement Program budget that's presented as well. And then as well, we've talked about cost savings measures, but potentially some revenue opportunities as well. And the June 24th meeting would be the budget adoption meeting. Next slide. So with that, we'd be happy to take questions. And as the city manager mentioned, the department heads are available as well.
Okay. No lights on up here. A light. I saw her finger going that way. She changed her mind. Maybe I should, let's see what action is needed on this one. All right. Nothing is requested, and this is for informational purposes, correct? Oh, the public. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to come forward? No questions? All right. Now I'll come back to council. Thank you, City Manager, Mr. Bush. And I do have a light, and that's Council Member Wiley.
Thanks for the information. I just have one question. So it seems like through the year, we usually have budget augmentation requests, and you did have that list on there. So do you feel like that's pretty comprehensive, that would cover most of the augmentations that we've gotten in the past?
Yes, we believe that that's going to be the case, and it was definitely emphasized that, given our position, that we're essentially looking at cost savings and really not really any sort of budget augmentations, and so we don't expect the list to be much more than what was presented.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Receive the presentation, provide feedback and direction on proposed cost saving measures. All right, any thoughts, any concerns, suggestions on additional cost saving measures? I think it was a very good report. Seems like every department came through with the requested 2.5% savings, so that's a good thing. All right, with that, Mayor Carley, any comments?
I appreciate staff's work on this and obviously all the departments that have focused on how to tighten the belt. We presented this in our State of the City, and it's certainly something that we all are going to have to adjust through this next fiscal year as we try to focus on all the things, how we can grow our economy, but also have to tighten. So I do appreciate the one-time adjustment with the sale of Genentech, but it doesn't change the course that we need to focus on.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, thank you very much for the presentation. And we'll see you later on this month. Okay, next item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, Mayor, members of the council. This final item before you tonight is a resolution approving the employment agreement of your next city manager. We have Jessica Bose and Sandy Hess making the presentation.
Will you come up? Yes. Oh, okay, sure.
It's loading up a little slow. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Sandy Hess. I'm the Employee Relations Manager here with the city. Tonight, we're here to talk to you about the appointment of our new city manager and approval of the related employment agreement. So the action for consideration is approving the appointment of Savita Chaudhry to the position of city manager, approve the related employment agreement, and provide authorization for the mayor to execute the agreement. So some background on this, City Manager Aaron Bush announced his plan to retire on May 23rd, 2025. The City Council authorized Bob Hall and Associates to conduct a nationwide recruitment to fill the city manager position. Recruitment process occurred and top candidates participated in multiple panel interviews. The council interviewed the best qualified and selected Savita Chaudhry for the position of city manager. Savita Chaudhry is currently the assistant city manager for the city of Fairfield. Her prior positions include the director of information technology for the city of Fairfield. Prior to that, she was the director of the 311 call center and the information technology department for the city of Berkeley. And before that, she was our information technology division manager here at the city of Vacaville. She holds a master's in public administration, a master's in statistics, and a bachelor's in mathematics. She's an active member of several relevant professional organizations and is a longtime Vacaville resident. A few highlights of the city manager employment agreement. It's a 5-year term beginning on June 30th, 2025. The annual starting base salary will be $301,000. The city will provide a 9% deferred compensation contribution and a monthly car allowance of $400. And city provided health benefits and leave accruals are consistent with those provided with our other city management staff. There's no anticipated fiscal impact for this current fiscal year. The estimated annual cost, including benefits for the city manager position, is $412,000, and the budget for this will be included in the adopted fiscal year 25-26 city operating budget, if approved. This meets our strategic plan goal number 4, maintaining effective and efficient services. And our recommendation tonight is by simple motion, adopting the subject resolution and providing authorization for the mayor to execute the agreement. Okay. So we're here if you have any questions, and Savita is also here in the audience tonight as well.
Okay, thank you for your report out. Anyone wishing to speak? Seeing no one come forward. This requires a simple motion to adopt the subject resolution. What's the pleasure of the council?
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Roll call. Oh, do you want to say something?
No, Mayor.
Oh, Mayor Carly.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's complicated when you don't see me present to call, so that's no problem. But I appreciate that Savita's in the room, and I know that the council has worked tirelessly with staff to make sure that we have a smooth transition, and also recognizing Aaron for all his years of service and looking forward to what is to come. And I have the absolute confidence in Savita working with the council and our staff and our community to move our city forward. So I'm absolutely supportive of this motion second.
Okay. With that, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chapman.
Yes.
Mayor Carly.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Yes.
We are so excited to have you with us. My second time meeting you, and I'm very proud to ask that you, I'm honored to have you before me. However, would you like to come forward? Hold on. I got you. There you go. Took it off.
Can you hear me now?
Gotcha.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm really delighted and thanks for your confidence to appointing me to be your next city manager. I'm really looking forward to it. I've been resident of Vacaville for 22 years. Today, my older son is joining me. He was raised here. We spent a lot of time in baseball and soccer in the fields, and my younger son is graduating in 2 weeks, so he couldn't be here today. But we really appreciate all the commendation and all the, appreciation we have received from the staff members and everybody. And I have already reached out to our current city manager. I know he's wishing him really good retirement and enjoying his days, but I'll be calling you a lot. And I get a chance to meet with all the department directors today. It's an honor to meet with them. I have some familiar faces and some new faces that I'm looking forward to work with. I am giving you my full commitment that I will lead the organization with integrity, transparency, and collaboration so we can move and serve our residents and customers for the city. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And we're looking, I feel I'm comfortable in stating that we're looking forward to working with you for the betterment of Vacaville and all of our residents. And we wish you the best as you attempt to step into Mr. Aaron Bush's shoes.
Got big shoes to fill.
Okay,
I'll try my
and
best.
I'm thinking that, any comments from the council members here, other than we're looking forward to working with her?
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm turning it on and it goes. Oh,
She's
that's
sitting
fine?
down.
Oh, okay. Oh, she. Guess so. All right. So with that, we're going to move on to reports of the city manager.
Thank you. First and foremost, Savita, congratulations on your selection. I wish you all the best. And they know how to get hold of me, so if you need anything. Secondly, to the city council, thank you for your ongoing support for me serving in this role. I'm truly, truly blessed and truly grateful for the opportunity to have served in this capacity for 5 years. And I'm very grateful for your continued support and, taking on the journey that we face together. I think all of you started new, and I was, privileged to have that honor to bring you into politics. And hopefully we've, learned together, and I wish you all the best going forward. There's lots of amazing opportunities, lots of big challenges. But I know, and now looking to my team out there, I apologize for having my back to you earlier. You have an amazing team. And no matter what the issues are, they are prepared to tackle that. And I've had the benefit of working with many, many staff over my 37-year career. I truly believe that this is some of the best people that I have worked with in that time frame. Just amazing talent, dedication, commitment, innovative, all those important things and skills and stuff. But they're also just great people. And we did, a lot of good things here, and I'm very proud of the team that we built. And it's kind of funny, as checking back, I had the pleasure of appointing 10 of the 13 positions. And so I'm very familiar with this team, and Savita, they're a strong group. I mean, it's amazing to see the camaraderie and the collaboration and that team spirit that they have. And so thank you for making my years here very special. Couldn't do it without you. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. And I'll be around. I won't be here a lot, but I will be around. So all the best to you all, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Bush? Okay, I won't, we will move the meeting along. However, this is retiring city manager's last council meeting with us. And I just want to express my pleasure in getting to know you. I feel that we worked well together as a team. Didn't always agree on everything. I know you didn't expect for us to all agree on everything, but I feel you have served the community, the city of Vacaville well. And as they say, you always want to leave it better than when you arrived. And I've only been with you a little over 3 years, and I can say it has improved in some areas since I've been on the council with you. So I appreciate you. Okay, and then Ms. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, Aaron, I wanted to thank you for your dedicated service to the city of Vacaville. I know we always have spirited interactions when we meet and don't always agree, but one thing I can say is you've always been so professional and you've always put Vacaville first and done, tried to guide us with what you believe is the right thing to do. And I know we don't always agree on what that is, but I've always respected the way that you've approached some of the difficult conversations and topics that we've had to discuss. I wish you nothing but the best. You becoming a city manager here, you led us through, you helped guide us and lead our city through some extremely difficult things. I don't think any of us could have anticipated some of the challenges that we faced in 2020 and to now. So I just wanted to just tip my hat to you. It's a well-deserved retirement, and I hope that you don't stay up and watch these meetings until midnight. But I do hope that we do get opportunities to see you from time to time, and that we're able to follow through on some of the really exciting and innovative things that you've started here and see them into fruition. So I'm really looking forward to that. Are we going to talk about other stuff too, or are we going to all celebrate Aaron first?
Yes.
Let's do that, and then I'll come back for
And I'll call you.
all the other stuff.
Okay. Mr. Ritchie?
Yep.
Councilmember Ritchie.
First of all, thanks so much. I can be very quick and short. I really appreciate the time we spent and the friendship we have, and splitting the time between random conversations and city business, and that blend that we had, which is kind of funny. I appreciate the guidance, opportunities, and just it's been interesting. I just wish you follow through on all the things you talked about doing once you retire, and realize like that's the goal. Thank you.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for your service to the city and to this council. When in 2020, we went to districts, and so then there were 7 council members instead of 5. So not only were many of us not previous council members, you had 7 to deal with. So I appreciated all your work and efforts on that. And I just always felt like you had a vision for what you thought was best for Vacaville, and you wanted to see how we could make that come about. But you weren't just in the vision, you were in the reality of what do we need from all the departments. And you really, my vision of seeing, my introduction to being on a council member, I did see there were so many departments. It wasn't just one city, it's all the different things that were part of it. And I felt like you were very versed in seeing how they all worked to our betterment. So thank you for your work with me as a council member and with the whole city. And I'm glad you'll be a resident of our city. Although you could always move to District 6.
Okay, and Councilmember Fremont.
Yes, so my very first city council meeting, you put your resignation in, so I just wondering, what was it you heard about me, you know? No, but I just wanted to tell you thank you for being kind and patient, with another new one. But, I've been retired for about 4 years now myself, and just decided to jump into public service. And so just the guidance along the way. Thank you.
And Vacaville City Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to also pass on my appreciation. You know, Aaron, you and I have known each other for many years, from the time that I was on staff to even transitioning into a new role as mayor. And I've recognized along the way how challenging it is and how it's difficult to have 7 bosses with 7 different, poles and visions to try and pull it all together. And I just want to commend you. You truly do deserve a happy retirement, and the fact that you're staying in Vacaville says a lot about our community. Yes, it's late in the night for me. I think I've been up for 20 hours still working for the city of Vacaville in D.C. And we all are trying to make this a better place. And your years of service, 37 years in the profession, but all your years for the city of Vacaville really do deserve a commendation. So I just want to say thank you, and I wish you the best and Godspeed.
Okay. And did you want to say anything else? You're finished? You're finished? You're done? Okay. All right. Prior to adjourning, some of you might have known Keith Stout, long time president of Vacaville. You all may be a little young when Keith was around. He was known for his love of jazz. He was a trumpeter. Well, Keith founded, I have a couple of paragraphs here I would like to read about him. Oh, I am so sorry. Okay, don't do that. All right. See how much help I'm getting here? Can't stand it. Anyway, Keith Stout. He founded and served as president of the Vacaville Jazz Society, co-founded the annual citywide jazz festival, and was a well-known trumpet player in Solano County. Keith was the music director of the Alive Music Orchestra, which performed not only during the festival, but also during the Christmas season and other county venues throughout the years. Keith found time to be a huge advocate for arts education with a focus for jazz music. He held workshops and staging concerts for and with young area musicians. More than 15 years ago, internationally known American jazz, about 15, I think it was a little longer than that myself, the internationally known American jazz trumpeter, Wynton Marsalis. You familiar with? No? Oh my gosh, y'all are youngsters. Anyway, he was driving along I-80 and noticed a sign announcing the Vacaville Jazz Festival being held at the Nut Tree. So he stopped off at the Nut Tree Plaza and performed with our local high school students. Keith was not only a jazz musician, but an architect by trade. Utilizing his skills, he helped design and develop the first skate park here in Vacaville. And so, on behalf or in the memory of Keith Stout, would like to acknowledge that the Vacaville City Council will be adjourning this meeting of May 13th in his memory. Thank you. So with that, the meeting is adjourned.